Yeah, I'm muted for a second. I'm going live real quick on YouTube, just so it's recorded for everyone who's not here. Grant, it's literally your first day back in the room. Like I told you yesterday, you're not just gonna come in and hey, what do I take? Like I'm not gonna be spoon feeding people. If you want to go through the Discord, there's plenty of ideas on trading. There's a lot of concepts on the sentiment like SPX. I literally just sent that yesterday, and I've been updating it for weeks on end. So, like I said, if you want to go ahead and read or sit here patiently, like everyone else, and listen to any ideas, that's cool. But I told you yesterday, I'm gonna tell you again today. Like, don't just think I'm a hey buy this. Is like, just pay attention, bro. You literally just got in the room like 2 minutes ago. I'm covering the setups right now as we speak. MSTR is one of them. Don't know if you heard that one. Not sure if you were in the room already. But yeah, just chill, bro. Like, I'm covering the plays as we speak. Semis look really interesting today as well. You're not disrespecting, bro. I'm just saying, like, y'all lazy and don't want to do any work and just want me to tell you exactly what to buy, when to buy, at what price, when to sell. Like, I'm not doing that. I've done it before to help y'all, but nah, bro, I'm not doing that. So yeah, like I said, semis also at a point of inflection. AVGO top range, Nvidia top range. A lot of these names come into the uppermost range. Not quite yet. Like AMD right here. Now that I think about it, this has a clean drive to the upside. So be careful being short right at the open. This would be your buy side potentially. Your ER target, not ER target. Your This is your ER move, right? So if we break out from this flag, they're gonna come fill this, and if they get above that, they'll finish this off. And then if that does happen, maybe from here we're gonna either break out or we'll get the sales back to the downside. If you do get the breakdown today from this flag, then we can discuss about potential selling across the board. But if Samlines do break out, which they do look clean for that move up, I'd be very careful being short anything. AVGO, we have higher targets as well into the TR wick from last earnings season. So again, these targets we've been tracking since back in April as our upside targets, and it's getting pretty close to filling those wicks here. If we do get into those higher ranges, I myself, like I said, plan on shorting AVGO and semis again. If that does happen, my next targets are going to be below the 133 zone we targeted last time. So maybe down into under 105. This is a potential target. And then the other potential target is a little lower, well, much lower. Don't know if these will come to fruition, and these are much longer dated trades. But the first areas I am going to target is going to be this move down, assuming we're going to fade from that ER wick field. So we'll see what we get. But again, these levels have been the same. I have not changed them. You guys have had these style targets on AVGO to the downside. Same way you've had the same SPY targets to the downside. I sent these targets maybe like a week or a couple of days before we even got to the high. So I have not changed this. We've had the same levels. You guys have had these for some time. So for now, like I've been saying, we're not either. I'm not sure if we'll go to 587. Is it possible? Definitely. But like I've been telling you guys, I'm shorting a little bit here, like I did, and then I'll short a little bit up here if we get there. Just because you don't want to go all in here, like I've been telling you guys, we get squeezed and you don't have room to add up here. So definitely do leave room to add up here in case we get there. Like I said on AVGO, we have a little bit more to squeeze up. So if we do get that final squeeze up on AVGO, other semis, banks break out, and we get other names to run as well, expect SPY to fill its upside targets as well. Getting pretty close. But regardless, like I said, if we roll over from here, that is a viable short. So today, keep it tactical. Going into next week, keep it tactical. But we're coming into the terminal end of the move. Let's see. Like I said, if I do take some trades today, they're probably going to be in smaller size, and I'll take something like Netflix looks good. Costco looks good. Um, Only thing I don't like about Costco currently is how bullish this current candle looks. This looks like he wants to push up. But if we do manage to break below these lows, then you can have a nice flip to the downside to maybe fill these wicks from yesterday. This is a clean trade I like. This is what I want to try myself. If we get the break below 1010, 1008, this is what I want to look for myself. But again, if they remain above that level, higher probability of them pushing up. So just be mindful if you do take any of the sells, you need to be under trigger levels. So this is one setup on Costco. Again, I want to take the sells myself, but you need the breakdown. If you don't get the breakdown, then you can't take the sells. So the setup would look maybe something like this. Netflix, similar setup. Only thing I don't like about Netflix is it already came down a bit. Not too much, about $20. The thesis here would be roll over from this shoulder back down. And again, you need breakdowns as well. So maybe below 1,143.45, that zone. If we roll over from there, I'll consider taking the sells on Netflix. Other than that, if you're above levels, again, be careful being short just because they do have that potential squeeze to the upside. And just like yesterday, we can squeeze, but I'm not taking calls. It's fine. I'd rather pass on the calls and just wait till we get into my upside targets to take the sells. I feel like we're getting so close to the end of the moves that if they do pull it at any time and you happen to be, you know, in calls, you're gonna take a hit. I'd rather just not put the calls on at all. If they do break out, it's fine. I miss some upside, but I'd rather just wait patiently on the sidelines to get those sell targets and buy into the sells. If it's earlier in a move, that's fine to take the calls. But when you're coming to, an area where we might start reversing from, it's just not the best to start or to continue going along at those levels. Luis mentioned CVNA yesterday, which is decent. Only problem with that, in my opinion, is IV is disgusting. It's super high. I probably wouldn't take it just because of that. But if you want to take, actually no, I wouldn't short the stock myself. GOD. So GOD got the breakdown we wanted. I'm pretty sure you shorted on Tuesday, correct, William? When I mentioned reshorting. So if you reshorted into our targets, we did gap up a little bit when after the close, but it didn't affect you on the options. It affected me because I was short on FX, but I just scaled a little higher like I said I would, and I did okay on that trade. So if you enter Tuesday, you should be green, I'm assuming, here on this move down. What you want to see is essentially a breakdown like this one. Let's move this over. This is the battle of today on gold for you. If we remain below 307, 308, so let's get some better values. 307.75, let's say. If we stay below 307.75, this path here can come to fruition, which would be amazing because we have not lost the 0.5. We have not lost the 0.5, which is at 294.33. If this path does come to fruition, the minute you lose previous weekly lows here, that is the moment you have the real payday on gold, which is closing all of these open gaps to the downside. I'm not saying you have to get all in one go, but that is going to be the next areas of interest down here. So if we get the breakdown below 295 either this week or next, which honestly it's probably going to be next week. I don't think they'll do it this week, but if and when, these are your targets. So that's a pretty hefty payout. I'm assuming you're in 620, so you should be fine on time to hold. My 620 targets can be much lower. I'm not saying we'll get this low. Technically, this is the pattern, but let's see how deep we can get on this drive. So yeah, again, 307.85-ish or 75 is going to be your level to watch today. If that is respected and they fail to get above it, you want to see it roll over and start making this drive to the downside. If you want to take some money off into 285, I think that's going to be a good idea just in case we we get a bounce from this zone. If we get there, obviously I'm getting ahead of myself, but if we get there, this is going to be a good area to take some off, and then maybe up here back into this zone, you can consider reshorting for a move back down. But if you want to just hold in case we continue going lower, that's fine, your decision. But definitely, this might be an area of interest where we could potentially bounce for a small retracement, and then if you really wanted to, you could reload up here or something. My bad, I got a phone call. So yeah, it's pretty much the gold setup. Let me know if you're good on that. If you want to take them off and profit here before we break out, that's fine. But you have time, so if you want to hold for like a small squeeze into these levels, that's okay. Maybe we see 309 come back down, or if you just want to be super tactical and take them off right at 307.75, you can. In my opinion, if I'm trading fast like the 0 DTE weekly, anything like that, I stay a little more tactical. So on a breakout like this, you could reduce risk, take it off. But if I'm doing something like a swing with time where, an intraday move this small is not really going to affect me too much, because look at everything we just dropped, then you can do so. If you want to hold into here, see if we revert from there, that's fine. So your call, but just let me know if you understand and you're okay in terms of how to manage. Hopefully we get the breakdown, but if you do see the push up, just be ready to maybe take some risk off or do whatever you want to do with that. All right, yeah, cool. So that one was a pretty clean read. Let's see what else we have. Yeah, so like I said, did I do Netflix already? Don't think so. Do I want to clean this up a bit? I mean, I guess I could clean it up and switch stuff, but in reality, I don't really have to move anything on Netflix. So we're right into that zone where I wanted to sell from, right? This is still viable. This is still what I want to see, and we have not seen it. So essentially, a breakdown below 1145 would be clean on Netflix, so we can maybe get this drive to the downside. The only thing I don't like is if I do trade the 0 DTE, I don't have too much time. And being honest with you guys, I think they might not give us the move down until next week. So just be mindful if you do take any of the 0 DTEs, trade realistically. Don't be getting super far out the money puts or something ridiculous. If you're gonna take a trade, make sure it's viable, make sure it's reasonable. But this does look interesting here if we break down from this flag. So this flag here, if we get the breakdown below 1145, like I said, Netflix might be some clean sales today. Similar setup as Costco. I'm taking either or, Costco or Netflix, not both. Microsoft, I think, was up overnight. Not really. Yeah, kind of. Microsoft looks okay. I'm probably gonna pass on this one myself. I'd rather take something like I said, Netflix, MSTR. You don't have to take those, but I'm just saying names that generally are really expensive, you'll get at a better price today. Uh, Other names that already have low IV, they already had low IV. So yes, you're saving money, but the real ones that are gonna be at discount, those contracts that used to be super expensive. Walmart trying to trigger here pre-market. Let's see if it manages to stay below and push lower. It's trying. Let's see. All right, so we have let's go over my watch list real quick. So what I like to do, obviously I kind of know where we closed at on most names that I'm tracking. Like, I don't know, just anything. I kind of have an idea where we close at. So what I like to do is put extend. You can add this here. If you have trading view, you put extended hours. And then I like to see what's moving pre-market. So this goes up, MSTR is up, AVGO. So you kind of get an idea of what's moving which way, which is interesting. Coin is down, but MSTR is up. Well, slightly. Never mind. This doesn't look down. Let's check. Nope. Yep. Coin is down in comparison to MSTR. So that's already a divergence on the crypto plays. But yeah, that's usually what I do in the mornings, just to get a quick glance of what's moving, and then I'll see what I like from here and try to take a trade on that potentially. So let's see, CVX, CFA. Like I said, the banks look good here. If you're not in them already, if we do get the breakdown, those can really pay. Visa, it's probably going to be a good one. You have a little bit of liquidity here. Did we fill? I'm on a 12-minute. There we go. This is the wick I was wanted to show you guys. If we get the breakdown from this zone, which is the top range, we're still within this range that I drew. If we break out from here above EQ, you can take those off if short. But the ideal goal is remain below EQ, which is going to be around 352. Yeah, around 352. Stay below that and push lower. We have this wick we want to target. And then we also have this open gap. No, we do not. Why do I have that open gap? I don't see it. Yeah, but regardless, we have that wick that I want to target to 332. So banks look really neat today. Semi's on watch. Let's see. And like I said, I'm probably gonna go for one of the expensive ones, like Netflix, Cost, MSTR. If I take a trade, that's what I'm taking. I'm not adding risk to other names I already have. I almost took lotto calls on TTD yesterday. Wow, I hadn't looked at CVS since I sold it, but this is tracking pretty clean. So look at this. I drew this when I mentioned shorting. I said, hey, take some profits into these lows. We can bounce. We're right about done with that move. We can obviously sell from this level. We already got the bounce, but this is viable as well. So just be mindful. Just like I said, across the board, AVGO can have a small squeeze up, SPY, banks, etc. So if shorting here, keep it tactical. Any push above uh, trigger levels, you don't want to be short. But as you can see, most names are tracking pretty nicely. So I would not be surprised if we do get that rollover as discussed pretty soon. So again, don't force it today. It might not happen until maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. But definitely we are coming into those uppermost ranges. Hmm. I want to take a trade on Cigna. I haven't done it. Holy. Dude, no way this kept going. Uh, that is nasty. LLY is probably going to do the same thing. So UNH was a ER sell, which I unfortunately missed. I was distracted and busy with a lot of other things. I forgot to put this one on. That was a beautiful trade. That paid ridiculous. I missed it. It's all good. But this is obviously continuing much lower. I'd assume LOY is gonna do something similar. Come down to here, push even lower. Berkshire, I discussed having a potential similar setup from these levels. So breakdown from here, which looks like we're doing. We're trying to. We had a pretty bearish day yesterday on the daily, bearish engulfing. We're at about the midpoint here today. All you need is to see more continuation. Whoops, that looks ugly. More continuation to the downside like this, and then the real trigger is into 500, like I told you guys. Below 500, we get the breakdown of 460, and then under 460, we have this discussion in play. So we'll see. But again, UNH over. I don't want to say overextended move to the downside because if you zoom out, there's still, you know, a lot of room to go down. So definitely not overextended to the downside, but this is some pretty aggressive selling. Someone mentioned, "Hey, can I go long up here?" I said, "Fuck no, do not." And hopefully they listened. But they were asking about selling puts. I would have not done that, and clearly, if you did, you're underwater here. So keep in mind just to be super careful with anything related to, bio, pharma, health insurance, anything like that. I think they're all going to take a major hit. Cigna is still at all-time highs, not necessarily, but close enough to these highs, where I would say, hey, take it for a short and expect something similar to UNH, LLY. A lot of these health names are going to take massive hits. So again, Cigna, just to be, you know, 100% transparent with you guys, I've never traded Cigna before. I don't like throwing size on anything I haven't traded before, like EFA. Unfortunately, that has not been the best mover. Hopefully, we can still get paid out on that. They've been up and down. They've been green at some points, but the liquidity isn't the best. And it's just you don't got to be worrying about are your contracts liquid enough. That's an unnecessary headache. You already have enough stuff to worry about. So in my opinion, I'll check the chain. If it looks decent, like I said, this can happen. It looks pretty clean, but just be careful what you guys take. So again, Cigna looks super clean to the downside. Expecting a move similar to UNH and LLY, assuming we get the breakdowns. So keep an eye on that. LLY still paying and filled the gap. If I would have taken, that's fine. It is what it is. That would have been beautiful though. Just would have grabbed a little more time. I have not touched T-Mobile in quite some time. This one paid me really well, and I just completely. I've traded a few times, so caught the first move down, caught the second move down, caught the third move down. This move down was on ER, by the way. So we gapped down on ER into perfect targets. So I said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead, take it off. Took off my ER puts. They paid really well, and we are here, close the gap, and trying to push lower. So this is an interesting setup on T-Mobile. So left the gap, gap down, retested, filled the gap. Now it's trying to push back lower. We have not closed this gap here. So this still remains a target on T-Mobile. If they start rolling over from here, that's definitely going to be a potential target. And again, we've been tracking these names and actively taking the swings. So if you short, get paid, get out. Get short, get paid, get out. Get short, get paid, get out. That's all it is. Rinse and repeat. And right now, I'm telling you guys, if this rolls over from here, we're gonna finish that last leg to the downside. Not last leg, because we still have quite a bit way down to go. This is literally the uppermost range. Once we break down below these levels, that's where you have those scarier drops coming in the market. But if you did get short from up here, and we do trigger these drops, and you have time on your contracts, it's gonna be amazing. So yeah, T-Mobile have not been touching myself lately, but it did pay the times we were trading it. J&J also has a similar setup to T-Mobile. This one's been, cash flowing us as well. And at this point, I do think we're going to start coming down as well. This one looks clean. It trades clean. The only thing I personally do not like myself is we have been ranging here for quite some time. So if you want to take small position for this move down out to like June or something, that's fine. Just leave room to add in case we do come up a bit. PM. McCormick, is that McCormick? MCK? McKesson. What's McCormick? I forgot what McCormick is. I haven't, but let's see. I'm assuming you want to short this, and if the IV is low enough, I'd be okay with it. So, do you know what the IV on this is? I could check right now, but it doesn't look terrible. We did fill the wicks. I've tracked it apparently because obviously I have levels on here. So whenever I was tracking it, apparently maybe around here, not sure when. Yeah, this was some time ago. I wanted to see sales below this level, which we clearly held and bounced a lot higher. You did get your buy side liquidity filled here, so that's good. Anytime you want to short anything, like I've told you guys before, you do not want to have upside wicks. If there are unfilled upside wicks, high probability you're going to come and fill them. So that is exactly what we did here. Pulled down, came up, filled them. This is kind of similar to the setup we had on Bitcoin overnight. But yeah, so here we are, retraced back to where we fell from. And at this point, this is where you are. So your decision today, if you want to take it, is going to be above this 712, 713. They can go for the breakout here into GP, or below that 713 level, you can see the breakdown back to like maybe 660. Again, if the IV is low enough, I kind of like it. A reason I really like it, not really like it, but a reason it looks a little better is because we left this liquidity to the downside yesterday, right? So this, and we're opening into EQ. So you want to be careful anytime you're shorting at the lows. Like I've told you guys, you want to be careful just because a simple retracement like this one doesn't mean we can't keep going lower. But if you did short down here, a simple retracement is going to crush you on premiums. Here into the 50%, if you want to see a, reshort for a move down, that's fine. But don't try shorting at the lows. So that's why I like it, because we're opening up here. If we were opening down here, I would say, hey, you know what? You might have missed it. But we're opening at a, at a fair area where I say this might be a viable short if you decide to take it. Only thing I do tell you be careful with is this candle is a doji. So you have this entire zone to be careful with. I don't like that color. So this is your high. This is your low. Why am I saying be careful? Because if you short into EQ and we come into here, if we roll over, great. But again, if they go for the breakout, you're going to take a hit on those. Levels wise on the daily looks okay. I like it. Again, if the IV is low enough, I don't see why not. Looks decent. Spot I haven't looked at. Spot's still at all-time highs. Shit. There's so many names that I would want to take today. I'm gonna take it slow for sure just because it's Friday, but a lot of names that have massive gaps. Tool is super expensive on the IV, which is why I wouldn't take it. MSTR is super expensive, but a lot of these names on a Friday, these contracts are gonna be pennies on the dollar. So, like I said, I plan on taking maybe some lotto sales if they trigger on a more expensive name like Costco, Netflix, MSTR. Up to you guys. Again, it's not the best trade. The safer trade is waiting into next week. So, if you have money to take small size on a riskier trade, that's fine. But if you don't have money or capital or profits to be, trading with that you don't mind losing a little, you're better off just taking the higher probability trades into next week. 721. I don't know if we'll get 721, to be honest with you. If you want to wait for it, go for it. But I'm just being, upfront with you. I don't know if we'll get it. So let me see something. Yeah, that actually looks. That's not right, bro. Yeah, that's not right. Let me tell you why. I said that was a doji. I don't know why that shows up that way. That's a glitch in TradingView that I had not paid attention to. 1 a.m. Okay, so essentially what I just noticed is I look at the 192, right? This 192 shows up as one candle. Why is my thing glitching? What's up with this? Why is it jumping like that? Not sure. My thing's acting weird, but essentially what I'm looking at is that this is not the same candle. This 45. Let me check my phone. I don't know why my computer's acting funny. I'm just trying to make sure it's the same actual candle. Is it the magnet? Why is it glitching? It's not the magnet. Weird. Never mind. Okay, that did happen yesterday at 1. All right, yeah, that's fine. That happened at one yesterday. Just looks weird on mine. Not sure why. You're good, bro. Do not take LLY. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, my boy? I have not once said short LLY. I said we shorted LLY from way at the highs, and I said UNH can come down. Sorry, I said UNH came down a lot from the highs. I mentioned shorting Cigna for a move down like on UNH and LLY, but I never said short LLY or go long LLY. If you're doing either or, that's on you, bro. That's not something I would touch. Shorting here at the lows, in my opinion, is a mistake, and trying to buy a falling knife is a mistake. I'm telling you, look at UNH. If you try buying a falling knife on UNH into sell side liquidity like we're doing here on LLY, what if you do this exact move down that you did on, I wouldn't, bro. So if you want to take it, that's on you. I personally would not go long or short LLY at this point. We caught it from probably 200 bucks higher. If you're shorting here, you're making a mistake. CVNA looks clean. Only thing I don't like is this wick. Maybe they go for that buy side liquidity before rolling over. Don't know. And yo, Gender, I'm not trying to discourage you from taking nothing. Like I tell everyone, if you want to take a name, go ahead. I don't want, the trade hits and you're like, oh, damn, if I would have. So again, if you want to take it, go for it. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't like the setup here. There's way better names to take. So, to each his own. If you want to take it, go for it. But I think you're better off putting your money somewhere else. We don't have to come here into the buy side liquidity. This was an earnings reaction week. We don't have to. But as long as we stay below this level here, I think you'll be okay to be in some sells. And if you do break out above there, careful. They'll probably squeeze to 310. Let's see what we can target. Maybe we could target the previous weekly low. Yeah, it looks okay, maybe. Break down below EQ. So let's switch it up. We'll put point of control up here. And then we'll do south side below here. South side below EQ. So below EQ, we can see some clean selling pressure. I'm probably going to pass on this one, bro. I don't even know what McKesson does, if I'm being honest with you guys. I thought it was MCK was McCormick. I don't even know what McCormick ticker is, but this one's clean. I'm sure. Well, I'm not sure. Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's a low IV name. Double check. 33%, not bad. I could get behind that. CVNA is like what, 80? What'd you say it was, Luis? I probably wouldn't do that. 60% on CVNA. It's not too bad if I'm being honest. It is bad, but AVGO is what, like 55? So you're paying like 5% more. Yeah, 55.8. So again, the names I'm watching myself. You guys don't have to take these names. If you want to take something else, that's fine. But me personally, I want to take advantage of the cheap contracts that used to be expensive. Like I said, Netflix, Costco, MSTR, anything like that. If you want to take CVNA, that's cool. Obviously, you're paying a little more on the IV, but like I said, whatever you guys want to take, as long as levels make sense, premiums make sense, to each his own. Spot looks okay, dual looks okay. But again, I'm probably going to stick to those names I said. As for SPX, I covered it earlier, but I don't know. Some of you guys came in late. Essentially, you have a battle going on today within these highs, right? This is going to be your buy side. This is going to be your sell side. So essentially, if we get above 5,700, do not be short. I'm not gonna say be long because I would not take the longs myself, but definitely do not be short if we get above 5,700. And then if we break below 56 point, that's not right. I think I sent you guys a lower value. Yeah, this is the real important one down here. So you have a pretty big range here. Essentially, don't want to do too much within this range. But like I said, above 5,700, definitely do not be short. So yeah, that's what I'm watching. Below 5,700 on SPX, sales might pay. They look clean, but if we do start breaking above that level, be careful if you are short. What I would prefer before selling, if we are gonna sell, is maybe we come fill this for a brief second or minutes or whatever, and then come back down. So if that does happen and we fill that level to the upside first, any market structure shift back below here is gonna be your potential short entry. So let's say you do wait for that sell. Sorry, you do wait for that buy setup to come and fill that wick. Once that wick has been filled, if you want to enter for something for a move down like this, that's fine. Uh, if you want to short here at the open, that's fine. Just be mindful and be careful that if this does happen, you're obviously going to take a hit on the squeeze higher here. Break below here. That's not what I'm trying to do. Whatever. I wanted to copy the path. That's fine. I'll just draw a new one. So breakdown, you get this versus breakout. That's literally what I'm watching at SPX. If you do want to short anything, maybe just be cautious first few minutes. MSTR coming down already at the open. So interesting developments here. Again, MSTR might be viable. Netflix cost. Let's see if they trigger at open, but I'm gonna probably take one of those myself. Let's check yesterday's volume real quick. Oh, yesterday was pretty active. MSTR might be the one, if I'm honest with you guys. There is a ridiculous amount of calls to puts. I looked at the flow real quick. Out of everything, that one sticks out. Yeah, that's probably the one that sticks out the most. If I'm being honest, the flow is pretty exaggerated on MSTR. Send it in the Discord. You guys can go take a look at that in the Discord. I just sent it out. It's a free website, Market Chameleon. So if any of you guys anytime want to see this, it's a free resource. You don't have to pay anything. They do have premium, like a premium plan, but you don't need the premium. The basic one is good enough to see low IV names, to see options volumes. It's delayed by 15 minutes, but that's fine. I'm not using it for tactical entries. I just want to have an idea of where the money is per se. And then if you guys haven't watched the Forex video I sent the other day, discusses that concept which I trade off of. Let's see. We're about to open in about 4 minutes. Costco setup looks clean. We might get the breakdown here as discussed. Netflix coming down already into the open. MSTR triggering. So I'm kind of hesitant, kind of debating what name I want to take myself. Debating between MSTR and Netflix. It's going to come down to prices if I'm being honest with you guys. What can I get a better price on? But like I said, based off the options flow, MSTR does look cleaner. Netflix just has more meat on the bone. It's about what 3 times more expensive? Not twice, about 2 times, 2.5 maybe. What do you mean the weekly range? Netflix, I prefer time on. Like Ramiro, I think he got a next week swing yesterday, or yeah, I think so. That's fine, because you have time in case we don't. Let's say we do break down or bounce or whatever. This isn't the payday. The real payday is below here. That's when you get the big payday, which I don't think we'll get today. Can we? Sure. I mean, we did all this in a day. Why not do this in a day? Definitely possible. But betting big money for it to happen on 0DT is obviously not the highest probability trade, so maybe don't. You're better off grabbing next week if you really want to throw more size on it. The only reason I'm taking 0DT today is because obviously the premium decay and you can get them for pennies on the dollar. Ooh, nice little move down on cost right here. So again, Costco has wicks to the downside. A lot of these names might be prime right at open. Just be careful. You don't want to short right at open. Then we do get those bounces as discussed, and you're obviously going to be taking a hit. So if you are going to take those trades, leave room to add higher if necessary. We're also trying to break down here on SPX. Let's see what ends up happening. Do they fill a buy side or do we come straight down for the lows? I'm debating. I'm probably doing either Netflix or MSTR. Not sure which one, but I'm stuck between those two right now. Like I said, MSTR looks better based off the options. Levels wise, they actually both look really clean. Not gonna lie to you guys. We got open right here. Let's see. Oof, I might have to take Netflix. Spreads are a little wide. Want to see them settle out a bit. Pretty wide right here on Netflix. I'm trying to see if I can get a fill, but they don't look the best here. Look at cost. Cost is already given the breakdown here. Just be careful if they push back up above that 1,000 level. But that's a clean break right here, or at least it looks like it's going to be a clean break. Trying to get filled on Netflix. I might have lowballed and missed my entry for lowballing. I should have just given them what they wanted. Let me get one bounce on Netflix. Let's see. If I miss it, I miss it. I'm not planning on replacing my orders, to be honest with you guys. just waiting on that Netflix. I'm trying to get filled on some puts, but again, I'm not moving my order. If we break out above 1150, I'd say the sells are gonna be null. But for now, they look okay. Only thing is, like I said, I didn't get filled for low balling at open, and at this point, I'm not raising my price. I'm gonna leave it at what I had set it. If it gets filled, great. I just need a small bounce. Any type of retracement, I can get filled. Great, they just filled me on that. So I'm filled on that above 1150. I'll take it off, but for now, I do think this looks okay. One thing you want to be careful with is SPY is back above. We're trying to reclaim its 56.86 level, and SPY is trying to bounce. One thing I will say about SPY is it's coming into that 26 target we've been tracking for some time. So, like I said, if we get 26, I am a buyer. Can we head lower? Sure, that is fine. But it's aligning with sales targets, target 4, 25.85. I've been mentioning 26 for some time. So just be careful, be mindful. If we do come down, 26 into here is a buyable zone for UVXY, but leave room to add. I like stock. Options are okay as well, but if you have no stock on StockSS, UVXY, any of these, definitely decent to hold some stock on those in my opinion. So let's see Netflix here. If anyone is not in that, that is viable here. If you want to take it, you'll get a better fill than me. And then again, above 1150, I'm probably gonna take this trade off. And then SPX above that 56.86 level here. So let's see what happens here. Do they come back down on the next 12-minute, or are they going to go for the drive to the upside? Berkshire, nice selling pressure here. See if they bounce from here, come back down. Netflix at the highs. If anyone wants to take this trade, I think it's going to be decent to the downside, assuming we come down and fill these wicks from here. So if you could grab maybe like the 11:45s on Netflix for around 5, that's what I'm centered around. So if anyone wants to take that Netflix, these are a little pricey. I get it, $500. But Netflix 11:45 puts for 500. If you can get filled, that's gonna be a really clean trade here. MSTR small bounce, cost coming down, cost below 1,000 here. So cost has a target of 991 for now, assuming we remain below 1,000. Nice flip here on Netflix. Let's see if we can come down and break below the lows. Those premiums are rising a bit here on Netflix, not much yet. But again, the puts on that are probably going to pay really well if we break down here. Yeah, 0DT Grant, and you're new. I doubt you have a lot of size to play with. Each contract is $500. Probably not the best trade, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe start off with something smaller. Uh, I don't know what you guys are buying, because for 93, let's see, what did you buy, like 1125? If that's what you took, Ginger, that's fine. Just know if you're that far out the money, it's kind of a little bit like a lotto, just because I don't know if we'll get down there. You need a big move down from these levels to get paid on that. So let's see. Good luck. Hopefully it does happen. Look at this push here on MSTR to the upside. So I'm glad I didn't take that one. Maybe I'll consider it here. Let me check premiums. Yeah, probably not. At the money on Netflix is around $500, and at the money on my MSTR is around $500. So in my opinion, it's not really viable. Can you take it? Can you get paid? Sure, but if you're gonna pay 2 times as much on this one, you're better off just taking Netflix. That's my 2 cents. You're paying the same price for a stock option that is half the value of this one, less than half. So yeah, I'd probably stick to Netflix if I'm being honest with you guys over MSTR. They both got meat on the bone. You can take either or. but just know you're paying more premium for sure on MSTR just because of the higher IV. Berkshire clean, selling pressure here. Costco also clean under that 1000 level. UVXY, I want to see base and maybe come up a little bit. SPX is above that 56.85 level. I want to see what happens here. Are they going to go for the buy side before rolling over, or are they going to try to roll over here? And then Netflix, I want to see below 1145 here and drive lower. Small flip here on MSTR on the 12 minute. Only thing I don't like here on Netflix is we left this huge wick to the upside, which can get filled, but we also have a huge wick to the downside. So 1146, 1147 is going to be your point of control. 1147 is your point of control here. Above, careful being short. If we flip back below, then you can get paid out on those. Small flip here on SPX. Let's see if this can drive lower or if they're going to go for the breakout to the buy side liquidity. So again, watching Netflix here at that 1147 level. Let's see if PM could put in a new low below yesterday's low. A breakdown below 170 on PM. Things would get interesting on that. Berkshire at the lows. Let's see if we can get a breakdown there. Netflix, small drive lower. Nothing in size. I want to see if we can really drive below 147 here. UVXY first green ticks. So interesting. First green ticks on UVXY while SPX is trying to roll back below that 56.86 level and driving lower. Let's see. This might be it. Let's see if Netflix can trigger below the lows. This one has meat on the bone. I hope this one pays. Let's see. Let's go to 12 minute. Berkshire coming down a bit. Where's Jinder? I know Jinder's in there. How you looking on Berkshire? You still scared? I know you were scared 2 days ago, bro. It's coming down clean here, but I know when we were coming up and I told you add a little more, I know you were probably like, oh damn. So right here you should be looking okay. On Netflix, like I said, I want to see a break below levels right now. Nothing too interesting. And then SPX again, 56.86 is the level to watch. As long as we're below that, sales look clean. If we start pushing back above, be careful if short. Previous day low here on Berkshire. Let's see if they manage to stay below that. We still haven't gotten below previous day low on PM. Previous day low on Netflix is way down here into 1140. Costco previous day low 990. So they all have a bit of a range to play with here. Again, Netflix above 1147, short term invalidates the trade. You want to remain below 1147. Uh, if you're gonna take it, it's gonna be 0 DTE, and like I said, it's pretty expensive, bro. Like pretty expensive. So don't spend a lot of money. If you do plan on taking it, do something cheap like you did on Netflix. Don't get at the money. At the money, definitely not on MSTR. If you want to get something, down a couple strikes down for less, maybe probably not the best idea, but maybe okay. If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it here. By the way, this is the tactical area to fade. Above 428, you can take. Excuse me. You can take it off, but technically here into 428 is the area to fade MSTR if you are gonna take it. Like I said, at the money, you're probably gonna pay around 500 bucks. If I can get short at the money for 500 bucks on Netflix, there's way more meat on the bone on there. But again, if you want to get a strike couple, down for a couple hundred less, I don't know. Let me check real quick. I don't even know what the prices are going for. I just know when I looked at it earlier, it was expensive as fuck. So they came down a bit. The at the monies are around 400, but even then, that's not the best. I wouldn't go under 420 though. The 420s are around 220, 250. So if you plan on taking a trade, maybe do that one. Your call. If you want to go lower, your call. But me personally, I probably wouldn't buy under 420. So you have Netflix could push down here from 147, 1147. SPX is coming down. Again, the real sell triggers on the higher time frames aren't till way down here. So anything above these levels could just be a simple retracement before heading higher. The minute we lose these real higher time frame tactical levels, that's when we can see the major selling pressure. So for now, yes, these pullbacks are clean, they look good, but don't get overly excited. Any profits into these lows are potentially bookable. If we do come below these levels, that's where we get the big selling pressure and big payouts. But for now, these small pullbacks into these levels might just be retracements before heading higher. So be super careful and tactical if short. You're already getting paid, assuming depending what you got in and where. But yeah, just keep it tactical. Like Berkshire is moving down beautiful right here. Look at that. We did gap up above the level I said I didn't want to see us above, but then we immediately came right back below it at open. So far so good. And MSTR did fade off of that 4618 into 428. So if you shorted up here and we stay below this, should get paid out on that. Look at Berkshire. Sheesh. Bro. Game time on Netflix. Let's see. Let me get a new low. And then bottom range bounce on SPX here. So again, like I said, don't get overly excited. We can still bounce from these pullbacks. MSTR, I'm telling you guys, if we get the flip here, this one can drive much lower. This one has good RR. I just don't like how expensive premium and IV is. But in terms of risk to reward, if we get the breakdown here, MSTR can pay. Netflix as well. But MSTR still at the highs, Netflix down a bit. Not really. But yeah, super high volatility. Ramiro's not in here. I already know he's gonna pop up in the room like in half an hour and be like, "Yo, I went MIA. I did this." Yes, Sirski. You took Netflix. Damn, this was say I'm going all in on Netflix. He said I would make a meal. Zero or hero. Nah, I'm just playing. It looks clean, bro. Just watch out if we don't break below 11:44 soon and go back above 11:50. That's gonna be my exit if any. But for now, it looks solid. Berkshire coming in a bit lower. Ooh, this is beautiful. Selling on Berkshire. I said 460 maybe next week if that. It looks like they want to give it to us today. I'm obviously kidding, bro. Don't get 460s for today. 500 is the real area of interest, and like I said, if we test 500 and lose 500, I consider 460 basically a given. Cost underbelly test on that 1,000 level. Let's see if they reject it and come back down or reclaim. And SPX still below levels, but trying to bounce and reclaim that 56.86. So let's see what happens here next few minutes. Flag action on Netflix. I want to see which way this breaks. But to be honest with you guys, I'm not the biggest fan of this price action. Just in case we do squeeze to the upside, just be careful. Yo, keeping it a stack with you, G. Luis, I'm assuming you're hearing. If we break down, like if obviously if we break out, you don't want to hold on to your puts. But assuming we do break down, in my opinion, you're better off trimming on the 11.25s and holding the 11.35, just because that one's $10 closer at the money. And you'll probably get paid out a little more. That's a whole rack between 11.25 to 11.35. That's a whole rack. So if you can get risk free on the 11.25s, like let's say sell three for over 100%. Again, if this hits, if you can, that's probably the best thing I do. Sell maybe three 11.25s to cover the whole thing. So if you can sell three 11.25s and cover what you paid for the 11.35 and the four 11.25s, that's clean. And then just sit on both of those as runners. But eventually, you want to get rid of 11.25s and hold the 11.35 because obviously it has 10 whole dollars that you can make on top. That's what I do, but you can run it however you want. And then SPX, let's see if we can break down below these lows right here. So again, little battle going on right here. Let's see if they manage to give it to us. MSTR, I have not touched. I'm debating. Deep breath. Let's see. I might take one. Fuck it. One contract won't hurt me. Little Friday fun. Flip the stand timer. Say less. All right, I'm officially an MSTR. Fuck it. All right, let's see what's up. Yeah, I did just take MSTR. I had been waiting. It's probably gonna pass on it, but at these prices, I mean, I might nibble a little bit. CVNA, if we break down from here, has that liquidity to 277. So about a $3 drop if we break down from here. Looks clean, but you probably still better off in Netflix like you are. If we break down more meat on the bone, lower IV and all that. I just don't like how long they're literally leaving prices up here for. I hate when prices just sit. Again, this is one scenario versus the breakdown. So let's see what they do. But the longer they sit prices up here at these elevated areas, like the longer SPY tries to hold this floor, the higher probability they're going to bounce. So just be super careful what you're in. I did just add myself MSTR, so it's not like I'm super scared for the sales. Like I still think they look clean. I just took some on MSTR, and Netflix might give us the breakdown here, hopefully. SPX tiny bit under. Let's see if it manages to trigger below and stay below. That might open a bit of selling pressure. Come on, bro. Let's get it. There it is. Clean little breakdown on SPX. Let's see if they manage to close below there and come lower. The one I need moving right now is Netflix, and Netflix is just stuck. Yeah, it was cheaper. That's why I ended up taking some. When I saw it down here for like 500 at the money, I was like, yeah, not gonna do that. But up here into these levels, premium did come down a bit. I might have to get out of Netflix here if I'm being honest with you guys. I'm gonna give it another 3 minutes. If in the next 3 minutes we don't get the breakdown here on Netflix, I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. You can hold on, bro. It's still early in the day. I just don't really want to take a hit on a zero DTE. If it was next week's different story, I could sit on it a bit longer, and you can say, you know what, if we do come down into 7:30 or whatever, I'll be fine. But if we squeeze for half an hour against you on a zero DT, you know you're taking a hit on that. So let's see what happens. If we don't get the breakdown here in next 3 minutes, like I said, I'll probably just take Netflix off, try to scale back in higher for less. So here's that test underbelly on SPX. If we close below and stay below, we're driving lower. But if they do reclaim this level here, they're gonna go for the breakout above 5,700 maybe. So moment of truth here in next 3 minutes. And Netflix is also trying to give off a small bounce here. Berkshire, another leg lower or bounce here. Let's see. Berkshire already hit a lot of downside targets, by the way. This one has moved down pretty clean. So let's see if it bounces off that 510. Old small flip. UVXY new low. So that is not good. UVXY new low on day. SPX is nowhere near the highs yet. So if I had to guess, like I said, they're gonna probably try to go for that 5,700 breakout, and then they'll bring down UVXY maybe into these lower targets. Still too early to tell. Haven't confirmed. The candles haven't confirmed yet, but that's a potential path here if they fail to break back below these lows on SPX. So again, be super careful if you're short. And then Costco is also reclaiming that 1,000 level. So again, we get back below 1,000, revert lower, or gonna try to push from here. Netflix getting super tight here. Hope they break to the downside, but again, be careful. And nothing guarantees as we will. Uh, SPY I feel like looks a little cleaner to the upside just because of what I just saw on UVXY. If UVXY does not get a bid soon, like I said, it's unusual that UVXY is at a new low of day when SPX and SPY are not at highs yet. So that's a small divergence there that I want to see take care of itself within maybe the next 3 minutes. Small push up here on Netflix. PM coming down a bit. SPX still not above trigger levels. So I'm going to sit on hands a tiny bit longer. But like I said, the longer we sit around these levels, the higher probability of them to try to push prices higher. UVXY continues to drive lower, putting in new lows, while SPX has not put in new highs. So again, the divergence remains. I want to see either a bounce on UVXY here rather quickly, or continuation to the downside and some selling pressure, or SPX to give us that breakout above the targets discussed. So reclaiming the 5686 here, or at least it's trying to. Let's see if they manage to do so. Netflix trying to push above that 1147 here. There's the drive higher here. Let's see if they can push it past 5700, and then above 5700. Like I said, we have this scenario that might play out versus the breakout to 575. Let's see, Netflix, can you do it? I'm gonna step away real fast for a glass of water, guys. Keep an eye on these levels. Level to watch right this second is gonna be 5686 on SPX. And then for Netflix, it remains at 1147. Gold coming down a bit, so that's nice. Want to see if cost gets back below its 1000 level. MSTR trying to roll over. Nothing major here. Let's see if we could lose this low and do something like this. That would be beautiful, and essentially the trade goal back into EQ on MSTR. I'll be right back. But yeah, keep an eye on these levels. 5686 is the one level to watch right now in SPX. I'll wait like 1 second. If I get this break below 1147 and some clean downside on Netflix, beautiful. Come on, bro. Anybody else take Netflix other than Luis, or just Luis? Well, I know Gender took the. I don't even know what strike he took, but he took the lower strike. Gold coming down here. William, I'm sure you're in here. Remember what we discussed pre-market? Whoops. We discussed pre-market. A bounce into these levels would be fine as long as we respect 307 for a continuation lower. That's exactly what you're getting right here. So if you're still sitting on your puts and we do get this drive down, like I told you, you might get paid, very well if we trigger below that 294.33 level. We're still quite away from that, obviously, but as long as we remain below this 307, 308 area, you can see some nice continuation to the downside. So hopefully you're doing okay on that and you're still in it. We can see lower prices. What strike you take, Grant? Bruh, let's see. Nice selling here on MSTR. Just noticed. Clean little breakdown. Clean breakdown on gold. And then SPX pushing here while Netflix coming down. So a bit of a divergence. Let's see if SPX goes for that squeeze and then rolls over. 1140 put 0 DT. Damn, great. I see you. How much did you pay, bro? Just be careful. Anytime you're trading 0 DT, you want to try to trade it at the bid. So I try to lowball anytime. If you ever pay ask or mid or anything like that, any tick against you, you're immediately going to be in drawdown. So the best case scenario, in my opinion, is set the orders at bid. If the trade goes, let's say, against you, like let's say you set the order down here on the bid, on these pops, you're going to get filled at those bids or lower prices. And then once we come down, you're obviously green. Versus if you set it at the ask or buy at the ask anywhere, you're going to be down on any, small retracements. So let me know what you paid for that. Hopefully you got a good fill. But generally, that's what I like to do. Set orders at bid. And then if you do get like a pop, you'll get filled on that. The only downside is if you don't get the pop and we go straight down, towards your targets, they're not going to fill you at bid. Those times you do need to overpay. But generally, I don't like overpaying, so I'll just set it at bid and wait. Oh shit, I didn't see your reply, Deborah. So cool. I'm glad you're in that too. Hopefully we get paid out. This is the test here, by the way, on Netflix. This is bottom range. We need to see a breakdown below this bottom range and continuation to the downside, or this is an area we might bounce from. So depending how you guys are doing, I don't know exactly when you guys got in, what strikes you buy, your entry price, all that. So assuming we continue lower from here, this trade can pay us out really well. But one thing I do want you guys to be careful with is if we start bouncing from these lows, you might want to consider taking the small profits if you have them. So if we stay below this here, I'm okay to sit on the sells. At any point we reclaim that 1144, 1145, that might be your area you want to exit. So if we do this, you're out. If we stay under this, you're fine to sit on that. And SPX is still above 56.86. So something is not making sense here. UVXY at lows, SPX trying to push higher and above the point of control, while Netflix and everything else is just coming straight down here for the most part. So hopefully you guys are paid on Netflix. Grant, I asked you what you paid for that. So if you're only up 33 here, it's not terrible. I mean, at least you're making money, but that tells me you might have not gotten the best fills, not terrible fills, because you're at least green. But it's your call. I personally want to hold on to my sells. I did not risk 500 bucks or 400 or 300 or whatever you spent, depending what you grabbed, to make, you know, a couple dollars on the contract. Can you, and you want to take your quick profits? Sure. To each his own. You want to take 30, 50, 40 bucks, whatever, that's cool. Me personally, I want to see a drive lower. So I'll wait for a retest into the zone. If we remain below these levels, I'm going to hold it for continuation lower. But if we do start breaking back above these zones, 1145, I'll probably consider taking it off. So to each his own. I want to get paid out a little more. If you want to take it off here for the small win, that's your call. And again, anywhere above 1145, that's where you want to be careful with that trade. MSTR so far so good. Let's see if we can get the break below previous day high. Who took MSTR? No one, huh? I think Gender was just asking about it, but I don't think no one got in. PM is at low a day here from yesterday, or almost, by the way. So hopefully we can get below 170 on PM, and that one can melt. I still got runners. I got weekly runners and next week runners still, and swings. So anyone in PM, hopefully under 170, we could get paid out. Oh, cool. What you take, Gender? You paid, I'm assuming, or at least you should be break even on that, depending what you got and where and all that. Yes, sir, Ski. 417.5. Not gonna lie, bro. I said don't buy anything under 420, but fuck it. Hopefully you get paid on that. There's a bounce on Netflix here, so we need the reversal off these levels, or it's gonna be time to exit. Let's see if they manage to reverse off these levels as discussed. Anywhere above, if you want to get out, you can. PM below previous state low, things get interesting. For now, we're coming into that previous state low. Might just be a test and a bounce. But if they do give that level up, things get interesting, in my opinion. We have the test here on Netflix. Let's see what they do. UVXY new lows. So again, I'm telling you guys, this price action is a little concerning. UVXY literally melting, and we have not gotten a breakout on SPX. So someone's definitely lying here. I'd be very careful on both sides. But Netflix is, sorry, not Netflix, UVXY is coming into those targets we mentioned back in April to consider reloading on. So we did get long initially around 17 on UVXY. We broke out to plus 50. Now coming back into around 26, I'm saying this might be a viable area to rebuy shares, take small starter long positions if you really want to. But this price action intraday is interesting. Definitely a divergence going on. Damn, sorry, I lose my voice. Netflix back above, not quite yet, but trying to get back above 1145. So again, keep an eye on this level here. Previous day low inbound on PM, coming rather quickly here. I'm gonna set some orders on those. Should I? All right, bounce here on Netflix again. Below 1145 is what we want to see. But look at UVXY. The fact that this is lining up perfectly, this is the thesis I've been waiting for, and everything looks like it's coming into fruition perfectly. Everything's lining up perfectly. But you still have, obviously, well, at least I do. I don't know about you guys, but it still gets you a little anxious when you actually put the money in. So we are coming into targets I've been watching for quite some time, but now it's time to pull the trigger and manage the risk. And obviously, anytime you have positions open, you're gonna be a little anxious. So as we come into these lower targets, the closer UVXY gets to 26 and the closer SPY gets to those upper range targets, uh, the better the sales are going to be. So a little nervous here coming into these targets, but again, let's see what we get. Hopefully we do get the breakdowns we've been waiting for. But this is basically it. This is the moment we've been waiting for. So if the setup and the trade thesis is going to work and pay, from here on out into Tuesday, Wednesday, we want to get those breakdowns. That is the thesis. If we do not get the targets, levels, breakdowns by then, I'm gonna go ahead and assume I might be incorrect on my thesis and reconsider the whole market outlook. I might have to take a step back, reset, see where I went wrong. But for now, the levels I've been tracking with you guys for some time, they haven't changed. We're here coming into those inflection points. So let's see if we have been tracking the market correctly or we made a mistake and we're not going to be rolling over here into next week. So keep an eye on that. 1145 remains the pivot here on Netflix. Hopefully we can get back below and see some selling pressure like this, or above 1145. You might want to take those off. Gold is melting a little bit here, so William, you should be looking good on that. Yes, Grant, above 1145 you can. That's fine, Gender. I just saw your message. If you don't have a lot of cash, that's fine. You can take lower strikes. That's cool, lower risk, etc. But I just want you to be fully aware. The further you are away from being at the money or in the money, the lower the probability of success on the trade. I'm not saying you can't make money, but definitely a little further out, you are gonna be at risk. So closer at the money, higher probability of success. Further at the money, uh, lower probability. You have more problems like data decay and stuff like that. Affects you a little quicker if you're further out. Well, sorry, not data decay. Data decay is the same across the board, but premium decay in general. Clean breakdown here on Netflix. Let's see if we manage to get the move lower and below these lows. But so far, we mentioned, potential bounce back to close this gap 1145 and come down. So far, so good. Now all we need is new lows. New lows on Netflix, and we're paid. So moment of truth, back above 1145 and push higher versus a breakdown here. I'm gonna probably give it about 3 minutes myself. If we don't get the breakdown rather quickly here, I'm gonna go ahead and take those off. SPX flipped as well, back below 56.86. PM low below previous day low. Let's see. Let's see, bro. Come on. And again, if Netflix does give us the breakdowns and we see new low a day below these lows, at any point you guys want to take the profits, you're happy with your win, you are more than welcome to do so. But ideally, the trade thesis was to see some major selling, which we might not get. So always be grateful and take your profits. But if we do get the break below 11.45 and stay below, the real idea is maybe target even as low as 10.91. Will we get it? Maybe not. Probably not. But 11.20 is definitely something I see as being feasible today if the markets really slip up. So if you're holding like an 11.40 or anything like that, at 11.20 you'll be really paid. So just be mindful of the potential targets. Again, break that above, you want to take your small win, or any break below, you want to take small win, that's fine. Break that above, you want to take your risk off, that's fine as well. But me personally, I ideally want to see a break below and so a move close to into maybe 11.20, definitely below 11.40. If that does happen, again, we should be paid. You're welcome to take profits at any time, but I want to hold on to my trades a bit longer to squeeze out a bit more preems. Let's see. PM bouncing here. 11:45 ish test again on Netflix. Again, the longer we stay here without flipping and coming back lower, the less probability that we're gonna get paid on this. Small pullback on SPY, but if it gets back above 56.86, that's gonna be a bullish flip here on SPX again. It's been dancing around that 56.86 point of control. Let's see what they decide. Gold has been coming straight down for the past maybe half hour. I just realized I'm not full screen. Hopefully this looks a little better. And then obviously you guys aren't talking, but I'm sure you guys know it's open mic. You guys are welcome to ask questions. If you don't want to type in the chat or just ask anything, y'all are more welcome to do so. Let's go. Come on, Netflix. Everybody's shy this morning. I'm like, where's everybody at?
I'm rolling my doink.
Let's see what's up, bro. You got nice size on Netflix. Not gonna lie, bro. If Netflix breaks down and actually pays us with what you have, and if you manage it
I
the
got
way I
five.
told you to do so, you're gonna do all right on that.
Oh wait, actually, yeah, I have 500 on it.
Cause think about it. If we do get the breakdown and you take like the way I told you, and then the runners actually go in the money and run, you're for sure gonna get a nice little, I don't know, at least 3 to 5 RR on that, if anything, if not more. But
Yeah,
we need the move.
I expect like at least 300%
Yeah,
on
for
the
sure.
1035.
That's if they move.
Yeah, it's market dependent too, huh? Look at MSTR. It wants to give it up. Let's go, baby. Call it. I'm just chilling right now.
You think it's possible that it could go to
You're gonna
11?
knock out like a fucking baby after the blunt.
Let's see. Oh, I didn't even look. I was replying to some messages. Netflix coming down.
You think that Netflix could go to 11.20 possibly?
Yo, my bad, Grant. I hear you talking, but I can't really hear you clearly, bro. What you say?
Oh, so you think that Netflix could possibly go to 11.20 if
That is
market
I.
breaks
That
down?
is like the best case scenario. Can we go lower than that? Sure. But if you see 11.20 and you're not taking profits off the board, or like you're messing up. Ideally, first things first. Previous day low is into 11.40, so that's the first thing you got to get out the window. That's your first test coming into 11.40. That's the first real major test on Netflix today. If we get below that, then sure, maybe. Like I'm not saying we go straight to 1120. That's like best case scenario, mate. But any profits into these lows, if you like what you see, I'd take some off. But I'm telling you, I ideally would like to see 1120. Nothing guarantees 1120. I just want to make that clear. So look at this bounce right here off these lows. So again, 1145 and higher, you don't really want to be short. If you remain below and drive lower, sure. And then SPX back at the bottom range. So is SPX going to break below here, or is it just going to be another area we're going to bounce from like we did earlier? So keep an eye on this here at the lows. Nice little move down. Let's see if they can continue to push down here. And finally, UVXY catching some bids. Let's see. Clean move down here on MSTR. How you looking, Gender? Nice breakdowns here. Netflix, come on. Get the whole team paid. Moment of truth on Netflix. This is it, guys. If we're gonna get paid, it's gonna be on this drive. Any new bounce, like if SPY bounces here higher, Netflix bounces higher, any new bounce, I would not be long. You need the breakdown right here. So they have to give us the breakdown on this drive, or this might be your time to exit. Again, if you want to sit on it, to each his own, but in my opinion, from my experience, if we do not break down on this drive, they are not going to break down. So the next 3 minutes here are literally going to be key. Any bounce here and higher, traders know. If they break down, then that's fine. But few names across the board pushing up, so let's see what they decide. And gold's been coming down for the last half hour. We're finally seeing some bounces here. So is this just a retest before lower, or are we actually going to flip here? MSTR is moving really clean here. I thought Netflix would move cleaner, and apparently MSTR is actually outperforming Netflix. So hopefully we get the breakdown here. There it is. Let's see. Yeah, MSTRs are already up 100%. You up 100% Gender or not? Because I'm telling you, if you got way up the money, the premiums aren't going to climb as fast. But the closer at the money's already over 100% here on MSTR. Yeah, 11.15 and climbing on MSTR. So again, if you took it, I don't know how green you are. I don't know if the 417s are paying as much as the at the monies, but anything from 425 down to 420 is up at least 100%.
Damn, look at gold. Oh,
Yeah,
never mind.
gold is down,
Oh,
but intraday not really. The move was like from yesterday or Tuesday or whenever.
no, I was looking at your drawings. I was like, what the fuck?
But yeah, MSTR clean here. Gender again. I don't know if you heard that. Uh, so your call. What you want to do with that?
Netflix.
Yeah, I still got runners on PM. I want to see below previous day low, but we haven't gotten it yet. We're about to get a new low on Netflix. Let's see if they can drive below this low. Bro, I'm telling y'all, MSTR and Netflix today looks so clean. Netflix better do it. MSTR ready 100%. I need 100 on Netflix too. 160% on MSTR right here. Gender again. I don't know. I'm guessing you just took one contract. If you want to hold it a bit longer, see 150%. That's fire. If you want to hold it in case we go for the gap fill, let me show you real quick. So this is a gap fill. This is a gap fill right here. If we come down, oh, if you already sold one, write it then. If you had two and you sold one, write the other one, bro. If you get the breakdown into this open gap, you're getting paid out. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you again. Yeah. Yeah. So if you get the breakdown, cool. If you already sold one for over 150%, you're risk free. You can hold on to your runner, and even if it goes to zero, you made money. So cool. Let's see if we can break below 418.5, which you're probably about to get. Yeah, bro, you're gonna get paid on that. Good shit. I'm glad somebody else took it too. New low a day here on Netflix. We gotta stay below here and drive lower. Let's see if they manage to do so. So again, if you're green on anything, MSTR is pretty green. Netflix not as green, but it's still green as fuck too. So yeah, Berkshire been doing nice.
Disgusting.
Bro, Gender probably got a clean ass entry on Burke. So again, moment of truth. UVXY retesting the underbelly of the previous daily low. So let's see. 180% here on MSTR. Fuck, I'm mad, bro. I should have thrown the size on MSTR instead of Netflix. Come on, Netflix.
Are you holding Netflix right now?
Yeah, I'm still holding, bro. I'll let y'all know when I'm out, but it has not really paid yet. I mean, it's paying, but not like MSTR.
Damn, look at MSTR versus Netflix.
I'm telling you, bro, they're already up over 200%. They're over 200% right now.
The option chain is doing us dirty.
Not really, bro.
Not dirty.
How much are you up on the 1040s? Like 40, 50%?
Barely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm barely hitting like 30, 40% on the 1035.
Premium kind of moving
New high on UV. Oh, look at SPX. New high on UVX white. Let's get it. Remember what I told you guys this morning. Do not get excited. This might just be a pullback. The real market structure shift on the higher time frame is below this zone. So until we do not lose this zone from yesterday, this is probably just a pullback. If we give this up, then we're gonna see like a super clean drive to the downside. So this, this and bounce versus a breakdown.
Microsoft new lows. Well, technically no.
Oh, Netflix finally paid.
Fuck,
Everybody getting a little too excited. Keep your composure. Stay focused. Remember, if you like the profits, take them. Again, coming into these lower ranges, be mindful how much you want to leave on the table, how much you want to let ride. But definitely, into lower targets, take some profits. If you have multiple contracts, it's easier to scale out. If you only have one, I get it. If you sell out, you're out the move. But definitely, like I said, into lower targets, take some risk off the table. Everyone should be paid. Come on, tell me you're not paid. MSTR is over 250 right now, and then Netflix hopefully could do that too.
I'm up 60%.
I mean, I'm telling you, that's a beautiful win. It's not 250% like MSTR, but shit, it's a win, bro. And look at the levels we're tagging on SPX. So again, if we do not give up this buy gap, This isn't a gap for real. I just put it up there so y'all can see. But if we do not get below the zone, there's a high probability we're gonna bounce off these levels. So be careful. Yo, Jinder, how you looking on that runner? I know it's looking juicy.
Yeah, I missed the load up on freaking UVXY.
Technically, it never hit 26, which I wanted 2650. I
That's
don't
why
know if this is the low, because obviously we can still
I
bounce
was
from
eyeing
here,
that.
but let's see. Success, it's cool too. Over 100%. Let's go, Jinder. Good suit. Again, keep an eye on SPX. Moment of truth here. And PM is probably the one leading to the upside from everything. So let's see if PM comes down from here or if the markets are actually going to try to bounce from these levels. Costco back under 1,000, not quite yet. Gonna try to do that here soon. Let's see if they manage. And this is previous daily low on Netflix. So again, unless Netflix manages to get below previous daily low, again, this might be a bounce area on the markets. So let's see what happens here on SPX. EQ test on MSTR, and we're coming right into targets. So this is what I drew out. Essentially, the target into EQ has played out. If you want to hold it in case we come down lower, that's fine. But ideally, the point A to point B target is done here. If you want to get out in case we bounce, that's fine. But over 250% here, so beautiful trade already. Breakdown below EQ, we get paid more versus a bounce. So again, this is an area to consider taking some risk off if we bounce, which it looks like we might. Let's see. So again, let's watch SPX breakdown versus bounce from this zone. I'm on Netflix. Don't let the gang down. We need Netflix to put an MSTR right now.
We need Netflix to drop the new Pajama Boy series.
Whoa.
Look at your feet. Ooh. Oh damn! Look, it did touch 26.
26.50, not 26.
Damn! Look at MSTR. Fuck.
Bro, I drew this
And then
out
I even
from
called it out. Chico
way
Friday.
back here.
Damn! They caught in the video.
Look at the bounce on MSTR, literally into target. So again, be careful here if you're holding on to those cells. This bounce, this is an ideal bounce zone. Can we head lower? Sure, but I would not be surprised if they retrace a little before lower. The number one thing to watch here is going to be SPX. Like I said, if we give this box up, we're heading much lower. But for now, it looks like they might try to bounce off of this. So keep it tactical into the zone. Any breakout back above EQ might be your sign to exit on puts if you're sitting on them. But look
We
at
basically just need a under
MSTR.
previous day low, no?
Yep, and we get paid out below previous day low on Netflix and breakdown below here on SPX, and we're super paid. One thing I do like here is PM is pulling back now. So I had said this was leading to the upside. This pullback looks decent. MSTR bounce here, so let's see.
Hey, this is when you go on the smaller time frame, huh?
Yeah, to see the flips.
Probably even in the minute. There's a hammer candle on the 3 minute. But it's still early, bro. It's only been an hour.
That's why I'm saying don't count out a retracement higher before lower if we're going to get lower. Can we get lower here? Yes. But like on MSTR, look, you already lost premiums for sure. They were up over 250%, 270 last time I checked. Let's see what they're at now. They're 200%, 180 here. So that's not like, it's still super green, but they still went down 100% on this small pop on literally in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, you lost 100% of premium, which is, again, you're still up 180%, but you did lose some. So if you took some off into target here, great. But again, we want to see a rollover.
Damn, Premium SQQ shot the fuck up.
SQQs?
Dumb.
Bro, Socks S is probably. Let's see what I haven't looked at Socks S.
Damn, bro, Carvana dumped $10, bro. That shit wasn't that bad, but IV was stupid high.
Bro, MSTR just came down 20. I'm telling you, that's why I'm like, bro, how has Netflix not moved? Netflix has moved like $5.
Mastercard.
I'm gonna go into a meeting, so I won't be active. But
All good.
thank you.
Good luck.
MSTR.
Good luck, bro. If you still got your runner and you want to let it run, you can hold on to it maybe in case we see lower prices. If you took it all off, you made money. It's all good.
No, I still have a runner left.
Okay.
I'm just monitoring it, but I will get out whenever I feel like I'm okay. I think I'm okay with it.
You can't lose money if you sold the other one for over 150%. Like you said, you literally cannot lose money as long as we stay below like 421, 425. I say you okay to sit on that to see lower. But good luck on your meeting, bro. We'll be here.
When I sold, it didn't get filled actually at 150 what I was trying to sell for. So I sold it for 5.0 price. I bought it 1.4. So that was over like around $400 for that.
Oh, well, not bad. You still did okay. But yeah, hopefully we could get paid on those runners right here. Netflix coming down. Let's see if SPX can break down as well. But all right, bro, we'll be here whenever you bet. But good shit, bro.
Damn, 100% on AVGO. 207.50.
Netflix is paying here. How y'all looking? Everybody who's in Netflix, I hope you guys have been hearing my comments. Please manage into the lower targets. If you see anything down into an exaggerated overextended move like the 1120 I mentioned, which we may not get, so just to be fully transparent, you guys, I'm not telling you hold it until 1120. We might not get it, but if for whatever reason we see 1120 and you do not take some risk off the table, you are literally messing up. So be mindful. Everyone should be doing well here. Fuck it, you sold, Grant. You made 150 bucks. You like the profits? That's cool. That's fine. I have not taken it off yet. I haven't even trimmed or touched or anything. Look at SPX below. We break down. Yeah, that's cool. Safe money is cool. You're not going to ever lose money by taking profits. You might miss out on more profits, but you're never going to lose money. So that's fine. What did I have up here? Berkshire. That's fine. You good. You made money, bro. 150 bucks in, I don't know, an hour or whatever. Fuck it, cool. It's your first day trading with this back again, too. So just keep stacking the small wins. You'll be fine. This is the south side liquidity here. So let's see if we can drive below this. Below here, we can see some nice selling pressure down to those lower targets we discussed. So we get a big range if we break below here. This is where we currently are at these lows. If these lows are lost, then we can see that big move down. Like I said, not all the way down here. Be, safe and conservative. Anything here, take it off. If we see that, shit, beautiful. Look at that bounce right into south side liquidity, literally on the dot. So below this, great. If you do not get below this, it might be a problem. Look at SPX as well. We're literally at the bottom of the range. So either we're bouncing or breaking down here, literally in the next couple minutes or seconds. Costco also broke back below 1,000, and that is trading back below the 1,000 level. So if that stays below 1,000 and drives lower, we got liquidity to, I think it was like 991, and that can pay really nice as well. Look at SPX. Is it going to bounce or not? We're literally at the bottom of the range. Moment of truth. I was supposed to go get a glass of water like half an hour ago. I never lived. Let's see. So again, south side under 1136.5 versus a bounce. And the divergence we mentioned earlier on UVXY obviously took care of itself. Ooh, SPX, are you gonna give it to us? closure below, Moment of Truth, and then closure below on Netflix. Literally testing those levels right now.
Fuck, nigga, I'm getting paid.
I already told you what to
I'm
do,
up
bro.
70% on my whole position.
Okay, if you remember what we discussed earlier, start setting those orders.
Yeah.
You can set the first one at 100. You have 4 contracts. You have 5 contracts in total to work with. Start setting those orders. You can set one at 100, one at 150, one at 200, one at whatever. But start setting those orders. If we get that move down quickly, like we might do, you're gonna make sure to get filled on those contracts and not miss the move. So you're already in the move. Don't miss your exit. Again, I want to see
Alright,
much
yeah.
lower, but no guarantee. So start de-risking. Put an order at 100%, 150, 200. Do whatever you got to do to manage. But don't fall asleep at the wheel, bro.
I'm up 82% on the 1125s, 165 on the
All right, you see
1135.
what I mean? Manage that. Don't fall
Yeah.
asleep at the wheel, bro. You still in the race.
Well, I have the order set for 100%. Oh, I got filled. I got filled. I got filled. I got filled. I got filled.
Good
138
shit,
and
bro.
182.
Good shit, bro.
I'm up 170% on the whole port. Well, on the whole Netflix. Fuck, bro. All right. I'm up
Look at
like a fucking.
SPX. Again, we need, keyword need as a must, a breakdown below here. If that does not happen, obviously Luis already took risk off, and like I said, you guys should too. MSTR, you could have gotten risk free. Netflix, you could get risk free. So again, depending what you're in, just be mindful.
I'm gonna sell the fucking 1135 for 200.
Before you do anything, I'm gonna tell you this, cause you always do this, bro. If we get the breakdown to 1120, you're gonna be mad as fuck that you sold everything. So if you want to take the quick profits, go for it. But leave your hand in the cookie jar. Leave your hand in the cookie jar. You're already in the trade. It's paying. You literally just have to sit. Do not touch that shit. You just gotta sit, bro. You're gonna continue to get paid, assuming we break down. I'm telling you, cause you always get super clean entries, super clean trades. Like LLY, you sold like at 300%, which 300% is beautiful, but it ended up running to like 1,000. So if you want to take it off here, that's fine. But just keep in mind, if we break down, like obviously you're gonna miss out. Like if you're okay with that, fuck it. Look at SPX, bounce off the lows here. So if you want to take your full risk off, like I said, your call, bro. But just be mindful, if we do break down, you're gonna miss it.
I was gonna book the 1135 and write the 1125.
You can, but the 1135 is about to be in the money if we get below previous monthly high. So you know that's gonna pay you 101.
I'm already in the money in the contract.
Well, yeah, barely, but every dollar lower is what you ideally want to see.
That's when I'm gonna get the intrinsic.
Exactly, because you're in the money.
Yeah.
That's where you get paid 101
made-
on every dollar that drops.
Oh, fuck! I got paid literally 1-1 on it.
How's everyone else doing? No one else has said anything. Deborah, I'm assuming you made money. Hopefully you're doing okay and have managed. Grant's already out, so cool. Ginger, I don't know if he was in Netflix, but like I said, hopefully everyone's managing their profits. There's no reason why you are super green on trades and you end up losing money. You're doing something wrong. You're either not taking profits, stops at trailing, like do whatever you have to do, but there's no way that a super green trade goes right against you. It's possible, but it should not be happening. You're doing something wrong if that's happening. Moment of truth here. PM coming down. MSTR hopefully could break back. See below EQ. Berkshire looks like some clean selling. The real one I want to see break below is going to be SPX below sell side liquidity. And then Netflix below previous monthly highs. I did book pulled out early. That's fine, Deborah. I mean, end of day, if you made money, you know, you made money. Be grateful. But yeah, it does suck. I understand. So Netflix was a little expensive, so it's a little harder to have multiple contracts, leave runners. But generally, that's how I like to trade. Like Gender, for example, he has a meeting to go to. He sold one contract where he said over 100%. He's not even in the room, or I don't know if he is, but he is risk free. He can be at his meeting and be peaceful in his mind, knowing he made money. He's either gonna get paid more or he loses a bit of money, but he's not really losing money. He just gives back a bit of the profits he already had. So that's why I like runners. You can hold on to trades, let them run, and be risk free. But that's fine. I mean, you made money. That's cool. Look at the bounce here on SPX, by the way. So clean bounce to the upside. If we get back above 56.60, that's where they can start trying to push to the upside versus a break back lower. And then PM bouncing off those lows, Netflix bouncing off the lows. So again, if you de-risk, great. If we pull back down, you're still in the trade, but at least you took your risk off. So let's see what we get next few minutes. Now I'm for real gonna run for a glass of water, but I'll be right back. So again, bounce from these levels versus a breakdown and new lows.
There's wick exhaustion on SPY.
On I kind of see it. The 12 is a doji right now, so the next 12 is going to be the deciding factor. I'd probably sit on hands for the next 4 minutes. If we break out or break down within the next 4 minutes, different story. But for now, it looks like they're going to close it inside for this 12-minute candle and give us a decision on the next one. I might be mistaken. Let's see how they play it out. But yeah, just watch this little range on SPX for now. All right, I'll be right back. Bro, I'm gonna do the same shit I did earlier. I was about to walk away and I'm like, nah, wait 5 more minutes. But nah, I'm gonna go. I'll be super fast. Just keep an eye on those levels. Again, if you're risk free, you don't have too much to worry about. If you want to take the rest of the money off the table, go for it. But again, if you're risk free, you can continue to hold and hopefully we get paid out a bit more. Watch this here on SPX. So, like I said, test inbound here. Let's see what we get. Be right back. I'm back. Let's see what I miss. No way, what? Perfect rejection off the sales below level. If SPX stays below this, there's gonna be some clean selling pressure to the downside here. So Broke down from this level on the 1 minute, came back, retested, getting rejected again. If we see new lows below the south side liquidity, that is going to be our breakdown here. So either the breakdown versus a breakout above the sales below level. That's what I'm watching here. So level we broke down from on the 1 minute, get back above it. Market structure shifts bullish on the lower time frame versus remain below that. We can ideally continue lower. And MSTR, let's see if we get the breakdown.
Netflix bounced.
Yo, Grant, I don't know if you still in here. Is he? Yeah, you still here. So I'm not gonna be streaming too much or probably at all next week just because I'm gonna be on vacation. I'll still do alerts. I'll still try to do posts and stuff. Well, I will be doing posts, but I'm not sure about streaming. So just giving you a heads up because I know you just came in. Breakout here on SPX, and Netflix also getting above key levels. So this might be the exit if you have anything left versus a flip back down here. Let's see what we get. It's still super early.
I went from 200% to 43%. Get back like $400.
You could have bugged full, but fuck it, fuck it. Let's see if we get some more downside pressure.
I had to order still. Hopefully we come back. Not that I got cut.
I mean, not really. You can still get out green here. What do you mean? Don't let yourself get clipped. If you continue to hold, then you'll really be
True.
but you're still green. So MSTR coming into that top range we mentioned earlier. Let's see if we fade once we do get into that level, if we get there. I'm still sitting on some trades, but I did take majority of risk off, so I'm kind of chilling here. If we see lower prices, great. If we do start breaking out above key levels, then I'll just take off whatever I have left. SPX above that sells below level here. So 5660 test. Nice bit of selling on PM and Berkshire. And again, like I said, MSTR coming into that top range where they might reverse from if they really are going to head lower. And then there's that small breakout on SPX. EQ is at 5672, so that's going to be the next area to watch. Berkshire might try to break out here above 512.50. If that does happen, I might just go ahead and de-risk here, but we're still okay within levels. Why would high percent gain? Are you replying to me, normal guy, or to JP? Because I just came into the Discord. yes me or no? Oh, JPR. Let's see if SPX pulls back here and then Netflix pull back here as well. So far, like I said, still within levels. I'm okay holding on to stuff. PM, if PM gives us below previous daily low here, like I said, this one's gonna keep paying nasty. He's already been in the money from 172.5 on what I alerted. And if we lose 170, that is the real payday on PM. So below 170, we get 167 to 165. And when that zone is lost, we can come as low as sub 160. So that would be really nice. I'm telling y'all, what did I say this week? If there's one fucking trade I'm gonna take, is PM. Low IV, super cheap. If you anybody would have loaded up swings on this, if we continue to drive lower, anyone sitting on 620, May 16, literally anything, you're just gonna be riding the wave all the way down. So here's the test. Below previous daily low, if we stay below previous daily low, we're gonna get that drive lower. If they bounce from here, this is your area to consider taking some off. Or you should have taken some off already yesterday because they were super green, but more off. You could take more here if you want. Ideally, you want to see us close below previous daily low and continue to drive lower next week. But if we bounce like we're doing here and stay above these levels, this is the zone they should bounce from. And then SPX back below the sells below level. Hopefully they can remain below that and drive lower. And then Netflix, hopefully we could flip back below 1140 and drive lower. MSTR looking okay. But let's see if we could lose the lows. Go down to 1 minute. You see that clear bounce here on the 1 minute. So I'm telling you guys, if we do not manage to get below and stay below previous daily low, maybe not bad to take your profits. Pretty green on that. But again, the ideal thing is closure below previous daily low today. Did you grab what strike did you grab, William? Are you doing okay on that? I think you should be, right? If you grab 172.5s, you're in the money, but I don't know if you grab lower strikes on that. SPX here, let's see what's up. So again, moment of truth. Don't really want to be long if above this level. Ideally, sales can work if we remain below, but above that small squeeze to the upside can definitely come rather quickly. Banks are paying, by the way. If anyone took any of the trades I mentioned on banks, you should be paid on that too. PG's paying a little bit. I haven't looked at PG. Oh, yep, those are in the money. PM, let's see if they get back low, previous daily low. Like I said, that can be a nice payout if we do. PM puts. No, bro, don't buy PM here. I mean, you could, but nah, probably not. We're already paid on that. Ideally, you're better off loading any swings into next week just in case we do bounce here across the board. You'll probably get way cheaper fills on any swing into Tuesday, if anything. If we break below the lows, then sure, that's a tactical trigger to get short if you really wanted to. But at this point, shorting the lows is probably not the best idea. Or risk free and hoping for a breakdown to continue to get paid. But I mean, it's okay, bro. Just to be honest with you, we already took a lot of profits on PM. Majority of my cons are up over 150%, 100%. So, your call. Maybe not the best entry. If we break out into Tuesday and you want to load swings at the highs onto Tuesday, cool. But for now, I don't know. And then you got over the weekend risk. What if we gap up or something? Your call. Like I said, if we trigger below 170, it's fine. But if we don't get closures below previous daily low today, I'd probably refrain from getting short here. So I want to see what happens here next few minutes. SPX versus UVXY. We have a small gap higher on UVXY. Uh, so I think potentially we might get that pullback we've been waiting for here. This is your first test to break out, failed. Second test to break out, failed. This is going to be your third test to break out. If it fails, we can continue to drive lower. So breakout versus breakdown from here. Look at MSTR. If MSTR breaks below EQ, sheesh, shorty gonna be a track star. Look at those targets. Another $10 drop if we break below EQ. And then previous day low here, test on PM. Like I said, below that, ideally, we see maybe 165. But if we manage to hold this and bounce higher, not the best idea to hold on to your puts. MSTR looks clean to the downside here. Let's see if they can do it. Bounce here on PM, but not really. Still within that same descending flag here. Whoops, came out ugly. Want to see if we hold this. Breakout, breakdown, but within that zone, nothing major. Again, we want to see below the previous daily low. Look at MSTR. Give me below EQ and we getting paid out even more. Now I'm officially butthurt because I wanted to throw size on MSTR and I said, nah, I like Netflix better, knowing that the options on MSTR looked way cleaner for sales. So when I discussed that earlier, all I was looking at was how many calls to puts, and there was maybe like a 10-1 call to put ratio on MSTR. Netflix was like a 2-1, but I've told you guys anything that is super one-sided, anything over 3-1 is something to take note of. But anytime it's over 6-1, I'm definitely gonna look to take a trade. So when we took the sellers on Nvidia at all-time highs, it was about a 6-1 call to put. And then yesterday on MSTR, we had 10-1 call to puts. So just based off the options flow, the levels and everything, MSTR looked really clean for the downside. At this point, we're probably going to get the break above here. So if you were trying to short here, it might be time to consider exiting. You can give it a few minutes in case this is just a little fake out, leave a wick and drive lower. But definitely you want to start getting ready here. So PM looking for the breakout, MSTR bouncing off those lows into EQ. So like I said, might be time to call it here. If you haven't taken Netflix, it's okay for a small trade here, like as a scalp starter into this top zone. Assuming you're not in, if you want to try reshorting this, you can try it, but they're a little more expensive. You can maybe take it like on, I guess you could take it on SPY if you really wanted to. So ideally, you reshort this pop into EQ or whoops. So what the hell did I do? So if you haven't taken it, you want to take a trade. If you want to reshort this pop, I guess it's okay. I prefer Netflix myself, but the premiums are a little higher. Your call. We might not get the breakdown from these levels, but I think it's okay for a fast trade. You either take a fast stop above EQ or you get the breakdown. I think that's decent. Like I said, either reshort Netflix here or you could do it on SPY. Any push above, stop out. And then PM trying to come down below. Let's see if we trigger. And that's a fast trade. So PM looks interesting here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, EQ is equilibrium. So 50-50, midpoint equilibrium. There's balance there. Generally, you're going to see price retrace to the EQ because it's balanced. Whether you are long or short, anytime you get those moves in the market, that's all that is the market maker's taking liquidity. So if you every single day push price high, low, EQ, you're gonna kind of take money from both sides, both longs and shorts at EQ. It's a midpoint. You take money from both sides, and then after you've stopped some people out, taking money, doing all that, then you get the next continuation to wherever the push is gonna be. But I'd say generally EQ is a good point that is gonna get retested intraday. Let me know if that makes sense. If not, I can kind of try to draw it out on the candles so you can see what I mean by that. But yeah, EQ's a good area of interest. MSTR trying to come down. Let's see if they break below EQ, and then PM trying to get back below previous daily lows. So essentially, let's see. Doesn't come out clean all the time, but let's see if I can see it here. Yeah, so this is the previous daily range, right? You have your low. Hold on, where's my, no, my bad. Here is your low. This is where we opened the day. This is your low. This is your high. This is SPX, by the way. So from low to high, and then they go to EQ, boom, and then they bring it back up, and then they bring it back down, and then they bring it back to EQ. Why? Because on all these, whiplashes, up, down, you take money from these guys, you take money from this guys, because they're both at a midpoint here. Take liquidity, take liquidity. Then after they've made enough money, all right, now we get the next leg. Boom. That's generally how it plays out. So you'll kind of pivot around those levels back and forth. Just take liquidity on both sides. And then when the jackpot per se is big enough, if you wanted to think of it that way, you get the next move. So the liquidity for the moves has to come from somewhere. So they're just gonna grab liquidity, and then once they have enough liquidity to make the next move happen, that's when it happens. So, like I've said, market makers are gonna accumulate. Then they manipulate the prices in the direction that it favors whatever is on their books, and then they're gonna distribute those, whatever's on their books, and then rinse and repeat. Accumulate something else, manipulate the prices, distribute it. It's just a cycle over and over and over. The difference between trading bots, hedge funds, all of them, is that they got a lot of money in these trades. So when they see 30%, 50, 100, whatever, they're taking profits. So if you're doing it in the same way, so high EQ profit, EQ low profit, low EQ profit, EQ high profit, if you're doing it objectively from point A to point B time and time again, it adds up. The problem is when you take a trade, hold, you literally held that whole whipsaw when you could have made money from point A to point B to C, C to D, D back to C. You get what I'm saying? So that's where the money is made, in those moves. That's where the liquidity is made and taken. Point of control is different. Point of control, essentially, all that is where I personally see literally the point of control. Like this morning, the point of control was 56.86. We've been below the point of control since the open, right? So we traded around the point of control, which was 56.86 at the open. We lost that and have not looked up there since then. So anything below here is a sell, in my opinion. On the higher time frame, this is the point of control. But on the lower time frame, we obviously had a breakout on the 1 minute from here, and this was a zone to watch that I mentioned. So it's not a special key level. It's not a special tool or anything. It's just literally I visually will go on the chart and say, hey, I think this is where the point of control is. And it's just based off of previous price action. PM below previous daily low. Like I said, if we get closure below previous daily lows today, we will drive to 165 hopefully by next week. And obviously that's going to be a pretty nice payout for whoever's riding PM with me. Look at that breakdown on Netflix. Where are you going? What happened? So like I said, if anyone reloaded up here, you might get paid really well on that reload on Netflix or SPY if that's what you decided to take. We still need breakdowns though. Like I said, this is your breakdown below this. So anything within this box here, you want to remain cautious that they might try to bid this up back to the highs. MSTR below EQ? No way. I'm telling you, I'm a little butthurt at myself. Y'all heard me contemplating, arguing with myself. Like even as an experienced trader, even I have to make hard decisions at times. This morning, the decision for me was, am I going to short MSTR in size or Netflix? I went with Netflix, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, because I got paid on that as well. But if I would have put size on MSTR, I'd be getting paid out way more. So it is what it is. Making money, can't complain. I'm super blessed. But yeah, MSTR outperforming, most def. 400% on MSTR, ridiculous. I shouldn't have went to go check. Now I am a little butthurt. Oh, that's funny. Fuck it, Jinder. I don't know if you in here. You're probably in the middle of your meeting, but you should take a restroom break real quick. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, Jinder's runner is gonna be going crazy, about to come out of his meeting. So fat ass bag. That's why I leave runners on the table, cause stuff when stuff like this happens, that one runner is gonna pay you a shitload of money. 430% right here. If Gender was here, this is a point where I'd say, hey, you're up over 400%. Do you want to take the money? And the smart thing to do would be take some money. Can we see lower? Sure. But 430%, come on, bro. That's beautiful. And then previous day low, currently on PM. Let's see if we can stay below there and drive lower or reclaim. Let's see, bro. Hopefully we continue to drive lower, so Gender continues to get paid out. But if we do bounce from here back above EQ, hopefully he doesn't miss the nice profits. We'll see what happens. But if we stay below EQ, we'll drive lower. If we reclaim, we might get that bounce off. So let's see. But yeah, hopefully he manages to get some money on that. Well, not some money. He already got a lot of money, but manages to actually take profits and realize them. Clean breakdown here on SPX or SPY. So again, if you took the trade when I mentioned it, hopefully we get the next leg down and get below Southside liquidity so you can really make some money. PM, we're below previous daily low and about to try to trigger below 170. So again, anybody in PM, if you added at the highs with me, congrats. You are super green here, and we have risk-free swings out to June. So that can obviously be a really nice trade. Risk-free, you can enjoy your whole month of June knowing you can continue to get paid all month if the market keeps coming down and you have zero out-of-pocket risk. So that's really neat when you manage to put trades on that way and just sit on those trades. In 2 minutes. So Gender, I don't know if you've been here, but shit, 430%. That's your decision. You gonna keep holding? We can continue to drop, and hopefully we do so. But like I said, 400% is amazing. So that's your call, gang. What's your opinion on 0DT longer than a scalp and trailing after 50%? You can trail. In my opinion, if you're gonna try that method on 0DT, it works fine. But I'd prefer taking partials over 100% and leaving runners no stops. It'll work out cleaner statistically. Like go back test it. In the long run, I think you'll get better rate of return if you do that. So over 100%, which again, I know you can't always get those quick 100% wins on 0DT, and sometimes for holding to get those few extra percentage points, you end up, giving back the entire profit or whatever. So yes, with multiples. So let's say you have 10 contracts, 5, whatever amount, as long as you're selling 75% of the position or more, over 100%, you're going to be getting risk free because you're going to get credits for the entire initial position. So all the money you initially invested, that's out. All you have writing is the profits per se. If the profits keep going up, you get paid out more versus any small pullbacks, you're just giving back some profits, but your entire out-of-pocket risk, that's off the table. So I can enter 2 initially or do enter full size. On 0DTs, you're not always going to get re-entries. This man, you took the restroom break?
Yeah, I'm in my car. I think I'm gonna let it be. What do you? It's dropping right now, but there's probably a pullback.
It can continue to drive lower. I would not be surprised if it does so. But one thing I just want you to understand is, well, first things first. I'm gonna ask you this: have you hit a 400? How green are you? Percent.
I'm on the other one. I'm over 150. Like
Over.
I took a little lower because I didn't have too much money left.
Okay, but so you're up 150%, or you have another one?
Yeah. But now it's going hella down. That's the only one. The other one I sold for
Okay, that's fine. See,
for
that's why I said try grabbing a little closer at the money. Remember, I said the lowest strike I
yeah
would get was 420. So the
yeah
420s are the ones that are hitting for over 400%. So that's fine. You're
yeah
still making a nice amount of money. If you want to continue to hold, you can. The reason I said, hey, book it is because I'm seeing 400%. 400% win is a book in
yeah.
my eyes. But if you're only doing about 150% and you want to continue to hold to get another, double on that, maybe squeeze out 300% or even higher, maybe 500%, that's fine. But definitely, I'm telling you, if you see those higher percentages like 500%, 300, or anything that you like, go ahead and take it.
Yeah,
Because remember, this
yeah,
expires today. Imagine we
yeah.
rally
I
into
know.
the close. That's gonna go to zero, assuming it closes above your strike. So,
Yeah,
definitely
I have
consider
a.
taking it.
I'm definitely not gonna be listening for the next like in 20 minutes. I gotta uh sketch out a whole fucking plan for the site and have a presentation for that. So I'm gonna
So
be
look, this is what I
basically done
do.
for the day.
What number would you ideally want be happy with? If you say, hey, if they give me 500 or whatever number, I don't know what it's trading for. But again, pick a number in your head that ideally you'd be happy with, and set the order to
Uh huh.
sell.
Okay.
If you
Sounds
want to
good.
let it run, you
I'll.
can, but like you said, you're gonna be busy. You're not gonna be here, and you're not gonna be watching. So the safe thing to
Yeah.
do is just pick a number in your head you're happy with, and if the order feels great, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But definitely, since you're not gonna be here, I'd consider setting orders to sell, just in case you do get the move, and then we retrace.
Yeah.
You don't miss, your profits. By the way,
Okay.
everything's paying.
Sounds
If you
good.
took Netflix reshort, it's green here. But yeah, that's probably what I do, bro. Or just take the win here. Your call.
Okay.
But for
All
sure,
right.
bro. Let me know if you need help with something. Good luck on your meeting.
All right. Thank you.
For sure, for sure. PM coming down here a bit under 170. So, like I said, PM might be beautiful here. My bad. Normal guy. Back to you. Bro, what's your name? I'm pretty sure you said it already. I feel weird as fuck calling you normal guy. Nice little breakdown on SPX. Whoops, didn't mean to move that. Lock. Hopefully we can break below the sales below level. Oh, this looks ugly. I'm gonna delete it. Yes. Yes. So break below, sells below level, and that is gonna be clean selling pressure on SPX. Netflix reshort already paying. Julian, that's what's up for sure. King Julian. No, I'm just playing. I gotta send a meme real quick. You know who I'm talking about, right? Madagascar. uh, all right. What was you asking? Sizing. Generally, zero DTs, I don't go all in at once because more often than not, in my opinion, you're gonna get a better entry. But yeah, don't enter all at once and try to do the runners. Like I said, only time this is gonna work amazing is when you get a trend day like today. If you just continue driving in one direction, you get paid out really well. But if it's a choppy day, you're gonna get killed, and I do mean killed. That pyramid strategy or whatever you want to call it, which I'll go over pyramiding and like forex and futures later down the line. Probably not today, but yeah, if it's a choppy day and you try implementing this strategy, you're gonna get killed. So it's best on trend days, and that's when it really pays. And I'm telling you, you will take losses throughout. It's normal. But on one trend day, if you really do this right, you're gonna make really nice money. So MSTR staying below EQ. Hopefully we drive lower, but the one really paying right now is PM. Yeah, swings I'd leave room to add too. If the initial set pays you, amazing. If you do see some drawdown, you get opportunity to add like we did on PM. We've been waiting patiently, tracking. When we were at the highs, I initially said, hey, you know what? It looks like a good day. By the way, that was May 5th. On May 5th, I said it looks like a good day. So we filled the wick, right? ER wick fill. Took my first set here on May 5th. Once we squeeze into these highs, I mentioned reshorting, adding size. And now here, the set, if you add it up here, is super green. And the sets we added here are super green as well. Sure, at this point, the contracts looked ugly. They were down, depending what you took, quite a bit. But if you think about it logically, the trade still looks super clean. I still like the levels. I still want to take it. And you're telling me I could buy it for 50% off what you originally sold it to me 2 days ago? That's a no-brainer in my opinion. So that's kind of the way I go about that. And again, it might not always work out, but if you're always looking for good deals all the time, good deals all the time, good deals all the time, yeah, sure. Sometimes some deals fall off the table. Sometimes some deals aren't good deals. Sometimes you didn't read the fine print, like whatever. Anything in life, nothing is certain. But if you do your due diligence and just make sure to be buying quality things at discount, that's gonna be, you know, that's gonna work out in the long run, in my opinion. Like I said, you might get a couple deals that don't work, but that's good shopping, in my opinion. Stop at low of day after orb. What is orb, bro? ORB, orb, whatever. I hear all those ICT traders talk about it. What is that? Opening range or some shit? Call swings, tight risk. Yeah. So that's kind of what I mentioned on SPX. Remember, I said this was the opening levels, and I said point of control is 56.86. So the idea at open was tactical longs above that, tactical shorts below. If you tried that, if you're asking me get short here and then hold and stops here at this level, is that what you mean? Like short and then just put stops at wherever like we broke down or broke out from? If that's what you're asking, that's okay. But it goes back to the same thing. It's only probably gonna work out if it's a trend day. If it's a choppy day, you're just gonna get killed in the trap, which is why I prefer futures and forex. You'll literally get stopped at break even versus eating up your premiums. Only thing that does suck is commissions. You could quote unquote get stopped at break even, but you're still gonna have to pay commissions for whatever you opened. See if SPX gives us the next leg down here. This is the moment of truth. Sells below 56.60, and then the south side is gonna be below 56.48 as discussed. I think I sent that yesterday. The level we had to hold, the 56. I'll double check the Discord, but yeah, I think I sent that yesterday. MSTR, bro. Come on, Netflix. Netflix better pay. I'm telling you, bro. I'm a little butthurt. This one's up so much. Netflix, not really. So Netflix, come on. You gotta make it up to me. Why do futures scare you, bro? I feel like you're only scared of something because you're not familiar with it. But in my opinion, like I told you guys, I probably prefer forex, which is the same thing as futures essentially. Nice bounce here on PM. Again, super green. Depending what you're in, consider maybe taking some. And let's see if we can break down. It's barely 8:30, guys. If we do have a trend day and continue to the downside, these can be some really nice trades we're sitting on. So SPX breakdown, moment of truth. We have a fresh 3-minute candle. Can this 3-minute candle close below 56.60, or are they going to try to bounce it from here? That is what we are currently watching. Breakdown below this, we get this next drive down versus a bounce at 56.60. That's all I'm watching right now. So keep an eye on SPX. Is what you paid. So futures, you can have stops. I get what you're saying. You're like, yo, I could lose everything because I get what you're like referring to. You'll be fine. That's not necessarily an issue. Only time you can have a major issue like that, from my experience, not because it's happened to me, but just like with my knowledge, if you hold over the weekend or if you hold into the rollover period, which is essentially when the day ends, markets close for a few minutes, market into the next day. That is when you can have gap ups, gap downs, or anything like that. If something like that were to happen, then most definitely you can incur big losses, which is generally why, unless it's a swing, uh, I'm gonna go ahead and close out my positions for the weekends or into the rollover period, whatever. You generally don't want to hold them at that time. And yeah, that's when you can gap up, and that would obviously, let's say, if it goes over your stop because it gapped up or anything like that, you're gonna incur big losses. But if you're scalping or something, even if it's a massive move like quickly, you can get slipped a few points as spreads get wider. But like I said, it's not to a point where, oh shit, we got slipped 3 points, my whole count's negative. Like, no, I don't. Not really. I get what you're scared of, but no, it's not really an issue. Like I said, unless you're holding those weekends or rollovers and we gap up against you or something. Bro, it is drag and drop stops. What do you mean? You literally drag and drop your pending buys, pending sells, take profits, stop losses. You literally just drag and drop them at any point you want on the chart, which is why I love it. It's like you want to get you want to stop out below the low of the day, boom. You want to get high, like done. Like it's easy, bro. You literally, like you said, drag and drop. Just manage your risk visually within levels. I'm gonna go on mute real quick, get in the call, guys. You said you're on TradingView, right? You have TradingView. Try out paper trading, bro. You could try paper trading on the futures just so you could learn how it works. And then once you're like, oh damn, this is cool. I've been paper trading futures for a month or 2 months or 3 months to the point where you get comfortable how to place orders, execute, how the margin requirements and all that work. Then you could go ahead and throw some real money on it. But yeah, go ahead and play around with it, bro. You could do paper trading on TradingView or SPY. You could do it on SPY too, but try it on the actual futures tickers. You need 10K? Nah, bro. There's a lot of ways to trade futures and forex with shit, $100, 500, 1,000, whatever you want to trade. You're cooling on that. So practice paper trading. Once you get the hang of futures and you've been doing it for a minute, you want to try it out, hit me up and I'll help you get set up. But definitely demo and paper trade for a minute before you open that up. And if I'm not mistaken, you can do futures on Robinhood now. Again, I don't know their margin requirements, but there's a lot of workarounds on that, so don't worry about that. Just learn how to do it. Like I said, paper trade demo. Once you have a good strat, you understand how everything works, the risk dynamics, all that. I'll help you get set up, bro. Yeah, you chilling. Don't worry about that, bro. There's workarounds, but for now, just start paper trading, and it's really neat, bro. Once you get the hang of it, I prefer forex and futures. If I'm being honest with you guys. Bro, what? Is Tesla up today? Bruh, that's funny. I just went on Twitter. The homie made 150K on Tesla on calls. I'm like, how the fuck is he up on calls if the market's down? So I guess he caught this breakout in the morning. That's nasty. I was tripping. I was like, why did he buy calls? But I guess that makes sense. So let's see if SPX breaks down below this level right here. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. Normal guy, but it depends. PM pushing back above We're trying to get back above previously low, not quite yet. And MSTR is gunning, not gunning, but it is at the low of the day. So that's interesting here. See if we can continue to drive lower. I'm telling you guys, if Netflix does not break down today, I'm gonna be a little butthurt. I should have just went 50-50, but fuck it. I got MSCR too, but definitely not nearly as much dollar amount as I put it on Netflix. And we're now sub 410. That is disgusting. All of this was discussed, pre-market, alerted in real time. So if anyone got in that like gender, you're doing pretty well. Yeah, 470% here on MSTR. What are you in, normal guy? You still holding that call? So we retested the 0.5. If we hold the 0.5 at 116.12, assuming you're still holding your call, you're okay in case we get that breakout. But if we do get back below 116.12, definitely not going to be something you want to sit on. And I'm pretty sure if you go look at the options chart, premiums are down slashed at least a bit. That's what I was mentioning yesterday when you were buying in. Even if we break out, you're buying an elevated premium on it. If you're buying it here at the 0.5 retest for a breakout, that's a whole different story. One, premiums are down, and two, as a tactical trade, it looks better. But it is what it is. Fuck it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Above 116.12, we can sit on that. And if we break back below that level, definitely want to be careful being long. Nice bounce here across the board. Berkshire coming into higher targets. MSTR into your optimal trade entry for a potential long, assuming we're going to bounce from here. And if I had to guess, SPX is above key levels again. Yep. Nice little bounce above the sales below level. So we failed to trigger below 56.60 as discussed. Now they're going to try to go for the breakout. So test that EQ versus rolling over. So breakout above EQ, roll over. That's the next test here. But into 56.60, they failed to break down. Yeah, so the setup is definitely still valid on Nvidia, but yeah, just anytime you're buying an elevated premium, just be mindful that literally any retracement is gonna eat up, part of those premiums. So that's all I was trying to point out yesterday. And like I said, if Nvidia stays above that 116.31 or whatever I had told you earlier, you're okay to sit. But at any point, if they shift back below those levels, you're gonna try to see the breakdown across the board. So if you see, let's say SPX break back below this zone, which we've been waiting for all day, if it happens, like I said, super clean sales below that. If that happens, Netflix rolls down, all these names come to the downside, Nvidia is not going to be green. So just be careful with that. And then Berkshire just met the upside targets discussed earlier. So Berkshire, I'm not saying to reshort it here, but this is ideally what we want to see from here. And the downside target from today is 510.50. So about a $3-4 move down if you capture the sales here. Again, I'm not saying to short it here, just covering price action. If you shorted a few days ago at the highs when discussed, you should be green. And if you miss the trade and it's not an optimal, not the perfect entry per se, that's fine. You can still enter trades as long as trade thesis is still respected in there. You have some PM. So for PM William, if we stay under 170 today, which is like technically the real area to watch is previous daily low, like at 170.25. But ideally, I want to see us under 170 and stay under 170 today. That's the best case scenario for PM. If that does happen and you want to hold on to him, that's fine. Oh wait, 5.9. I thought you had swings 5.9. Okay, those I definitely take off at some point. So the May 9 contracts, I'm up nice amount. So your call when you want to take those off, but sorry, I didn't see the date. Yes, the 620s you're okay to sit on if we remain under 170, but the 5.9s definitely want to consider taking some profits. I'm assuming you already have, just in case we continue to rally from here. Those don't expire worthless or whatever the case may be, or just eat up majority of the premiums. So yeah, I'd consider booking some of that if you had it. If risk free, different story. You want to hold them in case we melt into the close. All right. Berkshire, nice breakout right here. And again, if SPX gets above EQ, that is going to be a potential squeeze. So be careful if short above this zone. If we remain below, like I said, you're probably okay to sit on trades. But above EQ, be careful being short. And MSTR might try to drive one more time to the new lows. If we get the move we got this morning again on this breakdown, holy, what would that be? Into 397. This is where we have the open gap on MSTR. So if we come fill that open gap on MSTR, that would be a massive payday from here. Again, assuming we break down. Keyword assuming. We don't know that's going to happen. Let's watch the price action the next few minutes. Let's see if MSTR manages to do it. For now, I want to see us stay below 412. If that happens, we can get a clean drive to the downside, which, like I said, that would be amazing on those puts. They're still super green, over 400%, but I don't see how they wouldn't be over 1,000% if we come down sub 400. They might even hit. Let me do the math, air math real quick. They might hit 2,000%. If we go sub 400, they could hit 2,000%. That would be nasty. ADS, I'm assuming that's Adam. I'm not sure. I just saw your comment in the YouTube chat. I haven't been on YouTube chat, but yeah, I'm not sure if you need questions or what you're in, or you're just watching. There's two Adams in the chat, by the way. Oh no, there's just one. I'm confusing people. Let's see if MSTR does it. I'm gonna move this over real quick, just to where price currently is. See if we can get the breakdown here. So again, breakdown versus breakout currently brewing on SPX. If I had to guess, we're about to break down. And MSTR new leg lower, please. Trading tip, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but if you say please, you get paid out. If you don't say please, you don't get paid. So I'm just playing. But let's see. Hopefully we get the breakdown. This would be really nice. I already took majority of the size off, so I'm not, if it doesn't break down, that's fine. But if we do break down, like I said, those contracts are probably going to pay over 1,000%. Loaded them around $2, a little under two. If they go to 400, they're gonna be $20 in the money. So their intrinsic value would be over 2K. So from under 200 to over 2K, that's 1,000%. Roughly, quick air maths. And again, that's if we get to 400. SPX, this is the top range. If we start breaking out from these highs, I'm gonna probably go ahead and call it. You don't have to wait for the breakout above here because at that point your premiums would probably be much lower. So again, if we push above this zone, I'm probably just gonna go ahead and call it on that. Moment of truth on SPX. Bro, MSTR, let's see. Breakdown versus bounce here. Let's see. Sorry, not breakdown versus bounce. Breakout versus breakdown. If you want to reshort for a fast trade here, again on SPY or SPX or Netflix, that might be viable. If you're already holding runners on your books, not the best idea, but if you don't, you want to take the fast trade here, stops above, you can take the scalp on SPY, SPX, or Netflix. Again, above the highs, you want to get out. Ideally, you want to come target these lows. That is a current setup. Breakout versus breakdown on SPX / SPY. Similar setup on Netflix. So let's see. And then MSTR, it looks like it might deliver that next leg to the downside. And like I said, if we see those lower targets, contracts are going to hit 1,000%. I don't know if Chinder said a order to sell or not, but I guess we'll see. Hopefully he does okay. He's super green right now. I know that for a fact. The only problem is one, he either didn't set an order and might miss the exit, or two, if he set the order too low, he might have left a lot of money on the table. But hopefully he comes out fine in the end. We'll see. He'll update us later. SPX, like I said, this might be the moment of truth. Are we going to roll over? These can pay, by the way, if anyone wants to take the 0DT. Again, breakout above here invalidates the trade. So it might be time to call it. Let's see. But if you're not in, this is still a viable entry. EQ is the true exit. Anything here I think is an okay entry for a breakdown. $540% here on MSTR. 600%. It's paying pretty quickly at this point. There's the breakout back to EQ on SPX. So again, closures above that, it's going to invalidate the sells. I'm probably just going to go ahead and take more off, if not all, on my STR right here. So that was a super good trade. Paid pretty well. Hopefully Gender manages to get out green. I don't know if he set orders or not, but I did take some more off right here. By the way, I'm probably going to sit on some of the other sells a bit longer. Since this one paid a lot, I'm okay to kind of risk it for the biscuit per se. If we stay below EQ and come down, great. If we break out, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it, but I'm still waiting for a potential reversal from these levels. And again, I'm risk-free since the lows on Netflix and majority of these names. So if you're risk-free and holding on runners, different story, versus if you're actually seeing some drawdown on your positions. And then, like I said earlier, PM, I want to see a closure below the previous daily low. That would be ideal, but the even better thing would be if we close below 170. So below 170, amazing. Below PDL, that's great too. But ideally under these levels. UVXY coming down quite a bit here. No new highs on SPX yet, so that's an interesting development here. Moment of truth here, top range on SPX. EQ test. So if we get closure above here, this is your invalidation point. So we're either about to sell from this area we broke down from, which is the EQ, or breakout. And again, I'm still sitting on my runners. If you are not short, you do not have any sales on your books for something like a 0DTE, you want to take the fast trade, that's fine. But if you are already short and drawdown or whatever, definitely don't continue to add on 0DTEs. Like I said, I'm only holding these because they are risk-free runners. Worst case scenario, I give back some of the profits. But thanks to MSTR, I feel a little more comfortable sitting on some of the other trades since this one paid a nice amount. We'll see what happens here next few minutes. Still pretty early. And we do have some open gaps to the downside, so be careful if you are going long here into EQ. Let's zoom out real quick. So these are the levels. We've been tracking the levels I sent out. We said as long as we respect these zones, we would bounce. We came down, touched this level, and bounced. We are currently trading here at EQ. So all I'm telling you guys is, hey, we might just do this and come down. Or above EQ, sure, you want to be careful for this potential upside break. The level to watch here is EQ. Below EQ, we're going to do this. Above EQ, you go back to the highs. That was what I was mentioning earlier about market just taking liquidity on both sides. So long or short, each time they go back to EQ, they grab liquidity on both sides. So that's all that is here. Like I said, into the lows, if we don't break below, we're going to have a bounce, bounced all the way back to EQ, retested EQ where we broke down from. Now they might try to give us that next leg lower if they really want to. So that's all that's really going on in the price action. And MSTR, let's see if they can put in new lows. And so far, this drive looks clean on SPX. I'll move this path over so you can see the candles, but so far, so good. Nice bounces on MSTR right here, so I'm glad I took some more off at the lows. SPX still below EQ. As long as below EQ, I'm okay to sit on the final runners. But at this point, like I said, I might just go ahead and take everything off the books and call it. Only reason I haven't is because it's pretty early and EQ is still a valid short as long as below. Nice move higher here on Netflix, back into the area we broke down from earlier. And then PM, like I said earlier, we need closure on the daily below previous daily lows. I'm sure, I think everyone should have taken profits a few times already. I took some profits yesterday, took some more profits here at the lows. So PM paid pretty well. Hopefully we get the closures below these levels so we can continue to drive lower into next week. But for now, these are the levels I'm watching: previous daily low and 170. Netflix looks really clean here, as well as SPX. Like I've been saying, if these levels are respected and we are going to come down, these are really clean trades here. So let me check premiums. It's not bad if I'm being honest with you guys. They're under 200 bucks for the 1140s. I might risk 10% of my profits from earlier on this setup. So essentially, with some of the profits from earlier, all I'm doing is reshorting. Like I said, Netflix is pretty cheap here. If you want to take SPX or SPY, that's up to you. But I personally prefer taking the setup on Netflix. So, like I said, those are trading currently. Let's see if I can get filled. Did they fill me? I think they did. Yeah, they did. Cool. They're currently trading at 201 here. That's the mid. If you can get filled at around 200, I think that's gonna be an okay trade. And we have gaps below. You want to target a breakdown of these levels and go fill those downside gaps. And again, SPX, you want it to come back below EQ. Technically, if we're above EQ, this trade is not going to work. So ideally, you want us to flip back within the next 3 minutes down to the lows below EQ on SPY. And then if that does happen, I think the Netflix trade has higher probability of success. Like I said, those 1140s are trading around 200. If you can buy that for that price, that's going to be pretty clean entry, in my opinion. So 200 or under on that, which you can definitely get filled right now, can definitely pay. This is gonna be for fast hands only. If you break back above 1147, you're definitely gonna have to exit that, and we need SPX to confirm the breakdown. All right, there's the breakdown on SPX, and a small flip on Netflix. Hopefully, if anyone took that, we get paid out here. So I did add, like I said, those were at a really good price. If SPX gets back above EQ or we get a new high on Netflix, I'll probably call it on that. But at 200 bucks, at the money puts on Netflix, I think that's a really good bargain. Nice. Let's see if SPX does it. MPM coming down. Netflix, beautiful. I hope someone took it. I doubt it. Everyone stepped off now, but this is a really clean trade if anyone took it. We were trading over 900 per contract on the one I just issued, under $2. So if we get back to the premium highs on the lows that we were at, you can easily get 1-to-1, if not 2-to-1, 3-to-1 even on that risk to reward on the $200 puts. Like I said, they were trading over 900 bucks earlier. So do the math on that. Yo, that's nasty. I was replying on the Discord. I'm not even watching the price action. Beautiful sales on SPX if you took them in Netflix. Fuck yeah. Again, this is the real test. The small pullback does not mean anything. The real test is a breakdown below this box that we failed to break down earlier and bounced when mentioned. So break below this box, great. If we bounce from here again, you got the fast pay on this drop. Try to consider taking some profits. Ideally, yes, we want to see below the lows from earlier, but nothing guarantees that. So be mindful. If you took Netflix, you're already up about 25% here. Nothing crazy, but hey, 25% is nice. Ideally, what I want to see is them close this little mini gap we left on the 1 minute. Close this, come lower, and then where did I see another gap? Costco, maybe come up, head lower. I think that's about it. I don't see many other gaps. All right, so like I said, we'd probably see these small bounces, which is totally fine. This is cool. Close gaps, roll over ideally. Then, like I said, track this little bounce, roll over. If that does not happen, then we'll see. MSTR looks great so far, like literally to the penny, just about. Any new low below here, I'd say 406 is a, sorry, not 406, 400 is a given gender. You're probably not listening, but at that point, if you see over 1,000 per contract into 400, definitely take some profits. At a critical level here on MSTR into 408. So bounce from here versus go to that 400 target we discussed. Let's see. And SPY, I just realized, did roll over. Now we need to break back into the zone and below the lows. So far the progress to the downside looks clean. Everything is coming according to plan. Only thing I don't like is we didn't fill those upside gaps before breaking down, but it's okay. Come on, bro. Let's get a new low a day. Like I said, this was the zone to watch for potential bounce on MSTR. That's currently what's going on here. So let's see. If we stay below this zone, I would assume, like I said, MSTR is going to deliver that 400 target, which would reward us handsomely if you shorted from the highs, whether you're sitting on 420s, 425s, 417s, literally anything you grabbed, you're getting paid out. But let's see what happens here on this drive. Do they break back out to the highs, or are we going to get that leg down? Regardless, you're super paid. I'm already risk free and took some more off into these lows. So let's see. It's either more profit or give back some profit. No biggie. And then Netflix paying really well here. If anyone took the alert at 200, they're already up over 50%. SPX is paying a little more, but the one I actually alerted in the Discord is a Netflix. So that one's up about 50% here. Beautiful breakdowns. Again, if we lose the daily low, that is going to be your trend day. You are about to get the second leg down if we lose the lows. So below 56.45, the level we sent out and discussed since yesterday. Let's zoom out so you guys see what we were talking about. This low from yesterday, the overnight low, right? Or yesterday's low, which we said, hey, we can bounce from this level earlier, which we did. Retraced back to the EQ. As mentioned, the market makers are going to grab liquidity anytime they can. So they grab all this liquidity back to the highs into EQ, take all that liquidity from both sides, anyone who was short, and then everyone goes long. And guess what? Thanks. We just grabbed more liquidity. So now you have a second test. I did not mean to do that. Now you have a second test. Are we going to bounce from here at the lows like we did earlier? Or is this really going to be the breakdown? And if we do get the breakdown, we about to get paid on that. So let's see. Good shit, Draco. You emptied the full clip or not? Or are you still holding? Good fucking sleep. Netflix is a double right here. 100%. GG's. Doubled on Netflix. Please sell half. If you want to leave runners, but you doubled your money. Sell half your positions and get risk free. If we keep dropping, you will continue to get paid, but you at least will not lose any money. So again, if short, get risk free here. They're over 100%. Sell half or more of your positions. And you can sit on trades comfortably. If you do not do so and we do bounce from here, you might miss those profits. So definitely realize something if you can. And if you only have one contract you want to keep holding, then fuck it. But if you have multiples, definitely get risk free. Small bounce here off previous day low on Netflix, like I said. Take some profits. If we break down below previous day low and below the low of the day, amazing. But nothing guarantees that. So let's see what's up. What happened to the drawing? Did I delete it? Don't know. I had a drawing on this, but don't know where it went. Whatever. Like I said, we could bounce off the zone on SPY exactly as we're doing. Again, no closure below the lows, no reason to continue sitting on sells. We can bounce off this bottom zone. So I hope you took some profits. Like I said, if you got risk free, you're cooling. You secured profits. You have your hand in the cookie jar. Lower, great. Don't go lower. You still made money. But if you continue to hold and you don't sell at your double, like I said, I don't know what to tell you. The correct thing to do every single time is get risk free, get risk free, get risk free. It'll take you very far in trading. If time and time again you get greedy, don't take profits, don't take profits, don't take profits, those bad habits are going to be, shown on your account. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but down the line, you're definitely going to see the effects. So practice good habits, get risk free or de-risk every chance you get. once paid, and it's gonna carry your account, forward very well. If you keep, not taking profits, like I said, you will see it. Maybe not today, in case it does drop and you get paid, but generally, do the right thing every time, and you will get rewarded. And that was getting risk free. Whether we drop more or not, the goal is to get risk free every chance you get. And again, that's the way I like trading. You guys don't got to trade that way. I'm just sharing what I like doing, what's worked out really well for me, what I think is most feasible in terms of options trading. That's literally my quote unquote strategy or whatever you want to call it. It's no secret sauce, nothing. Just managing risk. If you double your money, take risk off. It lets you sit on trades longer comfortably without losing any money. So that's gonna be a win-win in my books. Moment of truth here, MSTR. Hopefully we break below 408, and if we do break back below 408 and drive lower, like I said, 400 is a given, and we'll hopefully get paid out a little more on those. Cost coming up, so that's nice. If Costco fills this little gap we left and rolls over, great. Only thing I don't like is Netflix left the gap way up here, so come all the way up here would definitely eat up a lot of the premiums. This one, gap close and roll over, great. This one I definitely don't want to see close that gap. Like I said, they already paid 100%. If you're risk free, any pullbacks aren't going to affect you too much. But if you have not taken any profits and we do go back to entry per se, that's a problem. There's no way you should see 100% on a trade and tell me you end up going red or break even or anything. Matter of fact, I'll take break even, but red is unacceptable. There's no way you double your money and don't take profits. I bet I'm helping someone in the DMs. MSTR size nice bounce off that 408, so I'm glad I took more off into those lows. It is what it is. If we break down, like I said, more profits. If we don't, that is why you take profits at the lows. Netflix, same comments. You doubled your money. Hopefully you guys de-risked. If not, we do have that open gap up here. There's the bounce on Netflix off the lows. Like I said, delivered over 100%. Hopefully, you guys did the right thing. SPX level to watch remains this 5660. Let's see if we break below or get the breakout. This is a pinpoint right here, 5660. PM at the highs. We still have open gaps below, so I want to see if this rolls over or goes for the breakout. Costco failed the gap we mentioned a few minutes ago, and it is trying to roll over from these highs. So if we do roll over, come back down, great. But the number one I'm watching here is SPX under 5660, some continuation to the downside. But if we fail to get below that level, I'd consider, or I'd be careful if short. So small reds on PM, cost, etc. But again, the major one to watch here is SPX below 5660. Gold coming down a bit, cost rolling over. I want to see if SPX comes below that 5660 we're watching. That'd be pretty neat. Other than that, like I said, I'm about risk free on everything. If we break out, I'm gonna take more risk off the table here and just call it a day myself. If we roll over, great. The runners will be able to pay out a bit more. I don't want to cut everything just because it's still early in the day, and I think these trades have they have a lot of they look promising. So if we do trigger to the downside and make it a trend day, we get some continuation lower, it's gonna be really nice on those payouts. Other than that, like I said, I'm about risk free. So let's see what we get into 9:30 here. Go on mute for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna run to the kitchen and get something to eat real quick just because I'm hungry. But yeah, I'm gonna be here. I'll step right back, call the price action. But yeah, I'm gonna get a snack real quick. Bruh, I was not gone for that long. What happened? What happened? I literally stepped away maybe 5 minutes or less. Let's fucking go. See what we get here. Interesting developments. Trying to get back under 5660 on SPX. Like I said, if we remain below and lose the low of the days, that is going to be a beautiful payout. But also keep in mind, we've been bouncing into 5660 all day. You want to keep it tactical in here until you get solid candle closures below there. So 12-minute candle closure would be suffice in my opinion, which has 8 minutes left. Essentially, for the next 8 minutes, you want to be on edge. If we remain below here for this closure on the 12-minute and the next 12-minute candle can drive us lower, that is amazing. But at this point, you do want to be cautious and remain tactical for the next few minutes. Below 560, we do that, great. Cost came, closed the gap, and is rolling over. So that one might be really nice if we break back below 1,000. Like I said, the target on that is the low from yesterday at 991, which would pay you about $10 or $1,000 per contract, assuming it pays and goes back to the lows. So that was a beautiful reshort here. Netflix, similar comments. Let's see if they manage to trigger and pay. Damn, I'm out of breath. Not gonna lie, talking all day kind of. All right, I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm gonna eat my snack, but I'm here. Let's see what happens next few minutes. But interesting developments for sure. I'm here, guys. I'm still eating, but you guys see the price action. You see what's going on. Plain moves to the downside. Hopefully, we get confirmations and breaks of key levels that we've been waiting for all day long. If you've been patient, if you got risk-free runners, you got your hand in the cookie jar. Hopefully, the reward is here, but haven't triggered quite yet. MSTR new low a day would do that potentially. And you have previous day low test and that open gap. SPX we want to see below 5647.6, but just about any of that would trigger more downside here. Si ves, está flashing, puedes hablar. Si ves que no está flashing, es que está, yo estoy hablando o está. All right, so one. Near the lows have 5660. We still want to see it break down and roll over for more selling pressure versus a bounce at these levels. MSTR at the low of the day, PM coming down. But one thing I mentioned earlier was, hey, Netflix left this gap. We have to close this gap before rolling over and seeing lower prices on this bounce. If you took the 100% win at the lows, you can potentially reshort into the gap close for another move back down to the lows versus a breakout here. But again, if you took your 100% win, great. If you didn't, you are now seeing that obviously you're back at your entry. So you went from 100% win to back at entry. If you took profits, you want to re-engage, get back in here, that's fine. But yeah, we're closing the gap here that we discussed, and let's see if we can roll back down from these lows. SPX bouncing at that 5660, so break down from this level in SPX. and roll over on Netflix versus breakout. I might just go ahead and call it on the day. If SPX does not roll back over below 5660 and Netflix comes down, that's going to be, your trade is now null. But for now, this is still okay if you were planning to reshort. So PM back into that sell open gap we discussed. So we had left an open gap. We're now down at those levels. Hopefully MSTR puts in new lows and we get the breakdown. SPX is below that 556.60 level we've been tracking. So early in the day we mentioned tracking the breakdown from the high up here, which was 56.85 or 56.88. Got the breakdown from that level. Clean drop lower, and then now we were discussing potential bounce off the lows and needing a breakdown below 56.60. So currently if we remain below 56.60 and drive lower and break below the lows, we can see some nice continuation lower across the board on all these names. So let's see what happens here in the next few minutes. Netflix did fill the gap as discussed, and now looking like it wants to roll over. So if your inputs or you shorted at the high here, I did take a few myself. Hopefully we get the breakdown on SPX and Netflix here. These can pay really well. So super cheap on those puts. Hopefully we get the breakdowns, and then anybody holding on to some shorts, good luck. Let's see how it goes next few minutes from here. Alright, things starting to get a little interesting here. Let's see what they decide next few minutes, but so far decent progress to the downside. Like I said, we need closures below levels. Pullbacks are nice for quick trades, but if you want to see the real deal and continuation lower to the downside on the higher time frames, we need to see new lows. So 56.47.6 level to watch here on SPX, but ideally you do want to see new lows. And then as for PM, it is into that sell gap we discussed earlier. So that gap is taken care of, and MSTR back at the lows. Are we going to break down here? We're about to get our decision in the next few minutes. But if you're holding on to your puts, we might get rewarded here. Only thing I don't like is Netflix again with another gap. So same comments as earlier. We have to go close gaps before we head lower. Not a fan of the price action when we gap down like that, simply because we have to come back, retest before heading lower. It doesn't mean we can't come lower. but definitely, generally, most of the time, you will close gaps before that does happen. So look out for Netflix here. PM, new lows. So great. That is really loud. Could you guys hear my alerts? I don't know if you can hear my trading view alerts. I hope not. That's annoying. PM here into that gap close. So potential bounce zone at 170 here on PM. If still short PM, which I think a lot of us are, consider taking some off. If you want to hold on the swings like we've been discussing all morning, we need closures below 170 today, ideally. And then we can talk about seeing 165 next week and maybe even lower. But for now, we need to see under 170 on the day and close below. Bounce right at the lows again on SPX, so if short, consider managing. And then Netflix, like I said, we need a gap close before rolling over if we are going to roll over. Nothing tells us that we're not just going to do this. So gap close and roll over. Let's see, MSTR new lows, potentially inbound. Let's move this over. Oh, I already have targets. I was about to drop targets, but I forgot we have some from earlier. So 398, hopefully, if we break down on MSTR, that would be about $20 in the money on those 420 puts we discussed earlier. Grab them for under $2 if they hit 400. Theoretically, I'd assume they'd be around $2,000 for that contract, which is about 1,000% win. So hopefully we get the breakdown and see 398. That would be beautiful. Then SPY, let's see. Small retracements are fine, but ideally we do want to see lower. So let's see what we get here. Yes, sir. PM lows. I'm glad you watching, William. And hopefully you paid on that. I think you did add at the highs. Even the first set's paying, but definitely a lot greener if you added at the highs. Breakdown on MSTR currently triggering as we speak. Let's see if they manage to do it. I am risk free on majority of these names, by the way, except for Netflix. Netflix, I did just add risk at these highs. Looks really good and really cheap, so took a few. William, do you still have your weeklies for PM now that I think about it, or did you get rid of those? You have them. All right. So if we stay below 170 here and drive lower, those can really get you paid out. But keep it tactical. If we do start pushing, well, we're currently literally sitting at 170, 170.01. If we do get the drive below and stay below, that's great. You can sit on them, but just be cautious if we do start pushing back above that 170, because time is going to start working against you. You know, they expire today. If we're below 170, hopefully we get that next leg down that I'm hoping for myself. But if we do start pushing up above levels like we are currently doing here on SPY, which is fine. Like I said, hey, we want to see a little bounce before lower. Netflix is closing that gap. You can't really see it because of my drawings, but we're closing that gap here, right? Just about. So essentially, if this does happen, we do roll over, see new lows, then sure, let's sit on those trades and get that extra premium. But if they really do, you know, just go ahead and break out from these levels, let's just go ahead, call it a day. We had a really good week. You know, save that premium for next week. Take some other trades. We'll see. But yeah, breakdown from here. Or let's just call it a day and end the week on a good note. That's what I would do. Let's see what's going on here. So nice little rejection right where we were watching on SPX. PM at the lows. Let's see what happens next few minutes. MSTR at the lows. So everything at an important level. What strike are you holding, William, for Microsoft? Microsoft below the previous daily low, which is around 435, I think triggers a really nice sell pattern. Just because, let's cover it real quick. So one, we're into this top range we discussed from, I don't know what day I drew this up, but one of the days we were live. So, bro, you can hear my chicken. I'm gonna have to close my door. So yeah, if they break below 435, you have that clean sell from here to capture this entire gap up, right? That's ideally what you want to see. If you have 516, that might be enough time to capture the moves to the downside. If I'm being honest with you, I like that. But again, we want to see below 435 today, or you know, into next week ideally. Not sure if they'll do it today. SPX, is this the moment of truth? Drum roll. Come on, bro. I've been patient all day. Just give it to me already. MSTR, I need 398. Netflix, I need. Yeah, I said 1120, but yeah, probably not gonna happen anymore. Give me 1136 again, and I'll be happy.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's good, bro? Are you still in?
I'm still running.
That's funny, bro. Okay, hold on. Before you say anything, do you see how it feels a lot easier to sit on a runner when you already got over 100%?
Yeah.
So from now on, the only problem is not really a problem. It's still fine. It still works. But you did 50-50. You had two cons. So let's say the second runner would have hit you for max loss, theoretically. Market closed, out the money, boom. You basically gave up all your profits because one contract expired, one you get hit 100%. So it's net break even. If you had 3 contracts per se and you do the same exact thing you did but with 2, that's guaranteed profit. So generally, like I tell everyone, 66% or higher is best. I try to do 75, 85% when I'm going risk free. Just because 20% in the long run, that's a lot of money you're leaving on the table. So yeah, just for future references. Here, what we're looking at on MSTR is a breakdown below 406. If we see a new low below 406, breakdown on SPX, breakdown on, you know, across the board, we might see 398. If we see 398, that's when your contract's going to be over 1,000 for sure. What are you trading at right now? What are your...
I'm at 238.
238?
Yeah, for MS. No, that's a different one.
Yeah, I was like, no way that's trading for 200 bucks. I don't think it's 200 bucks. There's no way.
Are you asking percentage or?
No. Like, you're up. Like, what is the value of the 417 you're sitting on right now? I mean, I could go check. Let's see.
I don't have the 417.
Oh, what are you holding?
I have 410. I had a 417 and I freaking sold that one accidentally.
Okay, I see what you did. So generally, I don't know if you heard the comments I told AVGO earlier. You want to hold whatever's closer at the money and get rid of the riskier ones, but that's fine. You could leave runners on the riskier ones too. Let's say you would have had 2 and 2, 3 and 3, or whatever. You could just hold half on both, left the other half. But that's why I was like, what do you mean they're not at 1,000? Like, I was confused, but okay, that makes sense. You're holding 410s. I thought you had 417s. Regardless, if we go to 398 or even sub 400, you're probably gonna see over $1,000 that you could sell those calls for. Sorry, those puts. So if you want to take the 1,000, you can set that order right now. If we flash down into 398, you'll for sure get filled at 1,000. So that's an option.
Okay, I might just set an order for that.
What are the 310s at right now?
410 is at $300, 150%.
Okay, so look, I'm telling you, like realistically, you're being a little not greedy, but you're making a bet that we're gonna break down and hit 398, which I like those odds. I'm telling you, I'm holding contracts on different names as well, but ideally, you already won. Like the 417.5, for example, if you were still holding that, you'd be making a lot of money. That's why I was confused. Like, how are you not up more? But
Yeah,
okay, that makes
I just
sense.
realized that when I was taking a water break and I looked at it, and I was like, wait, why is not fully up? And I looked at the fucking price and it's 410 and not
Yeah, because
417. So I was
what do
pissed
you
about that.
know? Do you remember what you paid for the 417?
Oh yeah, I can find that out.
Because those are currently trading for over $1,000, 1,100 around there.
Oh my god.
That's why I was confused. I was like, how are you not up more?
Fucking hell. I paid for that 1.4.
140?
Yeah.
See, that would have been almost a 10x because you paid 140 bucks. They're trading for around 1,100. That's why I was confused. I was like, what do you mean they're not? But okay, it's fine. You're still making money. You made money. But ideally, you want to keep the closer at the money contract. Get rid of the ones that are further out because they have lower probability of success. You still made over 100% or whatever your ROI was. But yeah, definitely get rid of the lower probability risk.
The lower one.
Yeah. And you would have been, like I said, over $1,000 per contract right now. And if we see another $10 drop to 400 or 398, you make another extra 1,000 on top. But regardless, you already made 1,000. So pretty good odds.
Yeah.
So it's cool. But if we get that drop, you can maybe sell those for that price. But we're literally at the base. So if they do start breaking out from here, maybe just better off taking your win. So that's where we currently are right now. Yeah, and they expire today, so just be mindful.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's see what happens next few minutes. You're good. Everything's still going according to plan, but just be mindful they expire. And there's that bounce. Let's see. So we are getting the gap close that we mentioned right here on Netflix. So there is your gap close. Let's see if they manage to roll over. And then Netflix, sorry, not Netflix, SPX just came, retested these highs. Let's see if they manage to do this and finally break down. Oh, look at PM. New low a day, please, and thank you. Let's see if we managed to get it. Oh, we really caught this from the literal top. GG's. I know you're in that, William. Good trade, good trade. SPX. Yes, sir. Give it to me. Oh, yeah. All right, come on. Let me get that closure below. Don't tease me. No way. Let's see if we get it for real, but we could still get wicked out. No new low a day on PM. I want to see a breakdown, a solid breakdown and closure below. MSTR coming up. Let's see what that is about. Small bounce on SPX. Like I said, this might not. No breakdown, no confirmation. We need closures below, or this might be a bounce from here. So consider taking profits on puts. Let's see. Hopefully we break down, but no trigger yet. Like I said, we need closures below. New lows on PM here, so that's one good thing, I guess. Still below the previous 3-minute highs, so this might just be a little liquidity grab to the highs before coming down. Come on, bro. So hopefully we get this little shoulder right here. Breakout back above 56.56. I'm gonna just call it a day. MSTR back above 408, so that's not good. New lows on PM, that's great, but this is the area we should bounce from if they're gonna bounce. So watch PM here for potential bounce versus a breakdown. Hopefully everything just rolls over here at this point. Netflix down a tiny bit, but I want to see continuation lower. And then SPX rollover, Microsoft breakdown. Let's see what develops next few minutes. And then Berkshire, it overshot the target. I said, hey, we're gonna bounce a bit, then come down. It went up way higher, obviously, but thesis is the same. Breakdown below previous daily lows and continue heading lower. Moment of truth on SPX. All right, SPX trying to break out here. So at this point, you know, we might still be trying to just do that little shoulder before we, you know, come down. But most definitely above 56.56, I would consider just calling it on that if you're in it. Or any sales that expire today for the most part. Above 56.56, go ahead and call it a day. We had a really green week. Go, you know, enjoy your weekend instead of giving up profits or losing money. But let's see if they manage to pull it off and roll over here. Netflix looks okay, still at the lows, but definitely not much progress there. And then PM back above those lows. Look at those bounces across the board. back above 56.56, and like I said, it's probably gonna be it for me today. MSTR gender, I don't know if you're still here, I'm pretty sure you are. Technically the technical breakout was above 408 unless he managed to come down from here back below 408. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a wrap for that trade. So your call, like I said, if you were in 417.5s, you're still $10 in the money. This small move doesn't affect you as much. But since you did end up selling, the higher strikes and reloaded lower, I'm sure this affects you more, because a couple dollars more above here, your contracts go out the money and the decay is going to hit a lot faster. So hopefully we break down from here, but if you do get that breakout, maybe just consider taking whatever premium you have left on those. And like I said, if you were still holding the risk-free runners, or 417.5 puts or something that has a higher probability of success, different story. But your call, what you want to do with that. Let me know if you heard. Yeah, this is a moment of truth here. 4618 at 409 point, what is that? I can't see. 08, 409.08. GG, no re. This might be it. Let's see if they give it to us. Come on, bro. Please. Those Netflix reloads might pay fat if we really break down. Any new high back above sells below this level right here, 56.60. Definitely call it a day, because they're gonna squeeze it much higher. But if they respect this and come down, great. We still have a chance on those. Netflix kind of put a new low, so let's see what happens. But again, if they go back above, definitely let's just call it a day. And then MSTR at the highs currently. There's the push. Let's see if they get the closure above. If they do, like they said, just go ahead and call it a week. Still have about 3 hours till close, but no need to just force things. Like I said, had a great week. Don't mess things up. They might go for it, so watch out. I just flipped my 3-minute sand timer, so within the next 3 minutes, I'm gonna make my decision. But more than likely, I think I'm gonna just go ahead and call it, get out of my open runners positions, any weekly risk. You have other trades out to 620, like the PM puts or stuff like that. That's a different story. Any swings, you're obviously swinging, you can sit on that. I'm speaking specifically the shorter dated contracts, whether it's a weekly or a 516. Anything over 100% should be risk free and managed. Other than that, like I said, let's see if in the next 3 minutes we see some continuation to the downside. If not, I'm just going to go ahead and call it myself on the shorter dated risk and take off any capital that's left on the table. The Netflix 1140s are still right around entry price. They're trading at 190 right now. I alerted at $2 or less. So you know, the trades are still technically viable, assuming we still roll over from here. Oh, there's that nice little pop on Netflix just as I was speaking. But yeah, premiums aren't bad. So if you got in around 200 bucks, if you want to cut the trade here for a break even, you totally can, or maybe $10-15 loss because it's 185 right now. But yeah, other than that, breakdown or take your break even or small loss here. Looks like SPX is about to do it. And my sign timer is right about running out. I'm not sure if I want to flip it over once more and give it another 3 minutes, but I'm indecisive. Why? If you exit here or a few minutes ago, or I mean, still around the same price, you can get out for a break even or a tiny loss. Versus if we hold and we do get the breakouts, you're gonna incur some losses, obviously. So you have two options here. One, say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna just take my risk off the table. I don't like the setup anymore. And like I said, it's a break even or a small loss. Or you hold it and assume we break down. If we do break out above that stop at 56.61, you are gonna obviously see a loss while it's a break even trade right now. So your call. But I did flip the sand timer. I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes and I have a feeling I'm gonna regret it. If they break out within the next 3 minutes instead of breaking down, like I said, I'm probably eat some losses on those when I could have got out break even. Let's see. Oh, come on. I hope so. I mean, we've been pretty patient. I like all you guys that have been here. Well, the ones who are still here, most people left. But if we do get the breakdowns here late in the day, all those trades we have sitting risk-free are really going to pay us. All we had to do was sit here patiently. As annoying as this range has been, if you've been trading it tactically, you're making money, and hopefully they eventually trigger the breakdown so we could actually get paid out in size on those. Let's see. Any green pixel back above here, for sure out this time. You know, it's tested a few times. If it goes back up there, yeah, I'm done. Next one's gonna send it. So for now, roll down, break down, great. But any new highs back above 56.60, I'm done with the sales myself. Look at Berkshire on that decent sized pop. Oh, Netflix. Coming down on SPX, let's see. MSTR, tiny flip, nothing major yet. Nice green candle on SPX. Like I said, back above 56.60. I'm gonna just go ahead and call it a day with the break even or small loss. Currently a small loss. I personally got filled at $2 on those. They're at 190 right now. I'm sure they were trading lower at some point, but I paid $2. What? Like I said, back above, let's go ahead and call it a day. Netflix new high. Not new high, but trying to push up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Please, bro, stop playing. This shit better close below. No way you just wick down there to the penny and now you're gonna moon. You better not. Let's see, bro. That was a nasty liquidity sweep. Like I told you guys, we need closures below. If they do not close below, it does not mean anything. We need closures below. But that was disgusting. They did that in 1 minute. And now they're gonna send it to the highs. Watch. They just stopped out all the longs, send it to the highs. If they do that, wow, that's gonna be nasty. That was crazy, bro. Literally in 1 minute. We left the gap on Berkshire. We left the gap on another. I might have to sit on this trade. If they flip and come fill that liquidity, that might be nasty. Those are down a bit now though. From $2, they went to 178. Not a big deal, but if we do go back to those lows, that trade might pay here. Literally happened in 1 minute. So let's see what happens. That was a nasty liquidity grab. They're about to do it. Don't do it to him. Let's see what happens here. Hopefully they finally do it. Pushing higher here on Netflix. Let's see if we're gonna call it a day. Or I swear if they go for those lows that they just swept. Or they just stopped out all the longs and now they're actually gonna send it. We'll see which one it is of the two, but that was definitely a nasty liquidity grab. Anyone who had orders at the lows maybe would have got filled. Probably not. I think that was too fast, but definitely interesting. Maybe we go fill it here. How does that look on the 12? Sheesh. PM did bounce off those lows as discussed. Let's see how high they take it. They can technically take it back to 170.5, 170.63. I'm still watching for the potential rollover on these individual names to fill the wick lows, wick low on SPX, wick low on Netflix, a few other names. But yeah, battle ongoing here on the lower time frames. SPX is the main one. And remember, I was mentioning getting out break even on Netflix earlier, around $2. They're currently trading at 160, so not terrible. Definitely eating a bit of a loss on the premiums from my entry, but it's not, you know, ridiculous. That's what I'm telling you guys. You could have got out earlier, break even, or a tiny loss. Here it's a slightly bigger loss. We did pull back a bit on SPX. Only thing I don't like is we didn't fill that wick, which technically we don't have to, but I would have felt a lot more comfortable if they filled that before coming down. But let's see what we get here. Currently below 56.60. Netflix, much bigger breakout here. So those premiums just dropped to 160. Let's see here. Do we stay below and come down? Hopefully. Give me some of my premiums back in profits, please. And you guys know we've been waiting for this all day. This might finally be it, but I'm like, this setup has been annoying. Whoever's been actively literally in the trade, you know it's been annoying. You see those premiums up and down. Nice little flips, but I need low of day like yesterday. So low of day eventually would be great. Not eventually, like I need it pretty fast. We still have a few hours to close, but if we really want to see a move a lot lower, they need to start getting to it so they have time to continue pushing it down into the close. Yeah, gender. And like I said, if you would have still been in the 417s, you'd still be really green. The issue is you sold and rolled down. You're currently now out the money, as I was mentioning earlier. If we broke out above here, you would be out the money. Good thing that I can tell you is we met the upside target. So the upside target has been met, meaning you can see a relief sell to fill this first target at 408 and then eventually maybe our lower targets. That's the only one good thing I can tell you, because I know your puts did get eaten up on this move like I was discussing earlier if we failed to break below 407. So I get it. It sucks. You definitely ate up those premiums. If you're still sitting on them and you're comfortable saying, hey, you know what, I held them this long, I'll hold them for a couple more hours, you're fine to do so. And hopefully you get this breakdown. Only thing I will tell you is I'm assuming you're on Robinhood. If so, they close you out pretty early. So just be mindful. If you see any profits again and you want to take the money, go for it. You had a few opportunities. I took some off here. I took some more off here. At this point on this pop, I'm not, necessarily affected much. And again, if you would have held the 417s, 0.5s and sold for over $1,000 down here, you wouldn't feel the way you feel right now. So it's fine. It was just, you'll learn, bro. It's a process. It's fine. But yeah, need this breakdown right here, or maybe just take whatever money's left on them. If you do break down like this, great. We'll see 408, and then from 408, if we break down from there, maybe you can see our next targets from earlier, which are down here. Right? But for now, that's your test right here at these highs. SPX came down a bit, so that's great. At this point, we want to see this move come down, whoops, and fill these lows. That wick we just left. That is what we want to see right here. Ideally, I'm not saying it happens, but I mean, we've been waiting all day for it. Wouldn't be bad if we just got it. Sometimes you get rewarded for waiting, sometimes you get punished for waiting too long and not taking your money. So let's see which one it's gonna be today. But I like these sales still here, as long as we respect highs, continue pushing lower. MSTR at the highs here, so let's see what happens. The ones I'm really interested in are Netflix and SPX. Decent bounces across the board, and MSTR new high, so might be calling it. Let's see what the premiums are at. I mean, Netflix is back at 180, still super manageable. So we were at 2, dropped to about 1.6, maybe lower. I'm not sure. The lowest I saw on my screen was 1.6. Currently at 1. Not no more. It was 1.8, 1.7 now. So like I said, eat the small loss here. Basically break even, $20, $30 loss, about 10-15%, depending what you got in at. Not bad. Just go ahead and cut those if you want, or if you really want to continue to hold, to each his own. But like I said, if they do break out from here, you're gonna take a fat loss when you could have got out. Break even. Yeah, break even or at a small loss. And I'm probably gonna go ahead and call it here myself too. I've been streaming for a bit, so I'm probably gonna go ahead call it a day myself. I'll catch y'all on Monday. But for the most part, look at that break it on Netflix. Yeah, for the most part, I'm about done trading. I'm gonna go ahead and close out probably the last few runners I had open. Gender, if you're still here, I don't know how you're looking. If you wanna let me know, DM me or whatever, you can. But again, if we continue pushing higher, like I mentioned earlier, your contracts are one now out the money, and assuming you continue pushing higher, will expire worthless. Now, you went from a position of being really green on a trade to probably losing, most definitely losing. Unless we roll over and push down into the lows today, like within the next 2 hours, maybe three. Well, you don't have 3 hours. Within the next 2 hours, you're gonna end up taking a loss. So I think you said you were over 100% on that one, and like I said, if you have your initial trade, you would have hit like 1,000% on it. So just let it be a lesson. Hopefully, it's a small loss. And still net green on the day. But you just got out -20. Okay, yeah. See, so it sucks. It happens, and definitely gonna suck if we melt from here into the close, and you're like, wow, I took a $20 loss, and I could have went up 2 times my money or whatever. But it's part of the game. Just next time, like I said, hold on to the one that's in the money, and definitely take risk free. So in this case, you had only one you sold and then bought back lower, I believe. But generally, if you would have bought both at the same time at the highs, the 410 and the 417 or the 420, like I said, you could have sold half on both and held, and at this specific moment, been totally fine because you more than doubled your money on the other ones. So this loss isn't really a loss because you're still net positive. But it's fine. It's part of the game. Just take notes, cover your, review your trades, so it doesn't happen again the next time around. But regardless, I think you should be green, hopefully. I'll be here on Monday, William, and I'll probably do a session on Sunday, or maybe not. This weekend's a little busy just because of Mother's Day and stuff, but I'll see. I'll for sure make some time to make you guys a video. I don't know if I could have a specific time to say, hey, we'll do a Sunday session, just because, like I said, I have a lot of stuff going on for Mother's Day. But if I can, I'll make time, like a scheduled time. If not, I'll just randomly, when I get freed up and have some time on my hands, I'll just record something real quick. So you guys have a solid trading plan into next week. But regardless, like I said, I'm gonna be here Monday. Not till the close probably, but I'll for sure be here for the open. So let's see. Does anybody have questions about anything? Gender, you already exited out. Great. Fuck it. -20, not terrible. But like I said, next time you shouldn't really let green trade go red, especially if you're over 100%. I get it. You only had one contract. You can't really scale out, but it's fine. It is what it is. If you're on Robinhood, it's a little harder to trail stops. If you're on another broker, they do have better options to do that. So eventually, in my opinion, you're cool to start on Robinhood, learn the basics and all that. But eventually, you do want to get on a more sophisticated broker. It'll make your life easier as well. You could learn things like conditional orders. So like today, when you were at your meeting, you could have set a conditional order. Hey, if MSTR does this or this, you either sell for profit, trail the stop. Like, it gives you multiple ways to manage your trades, which Robinhood does not do. Robinhood does not offer conditional, if I'm not mistaken. So it is what it is. I think everyone did okay this week. I made a Fidelity account. Why Fidelity? I don't mind. That's fine. But me personally, the ones I use is gonna be iBroker, Interactive Broker. I use Thinkorswim, Schwab. And then if you want a free one, Webull is pretty neat. It has cool features, offers conditional orders, and a lot of things that Robinhood does not do. And they're both, it's like Robinhood, commissions free on the options. So for smaller accounts or even just large accounts in general, all the commissions do add up. So it's not terrible. I've been testing it out. It's decent. And like I said, if you want Fidelity, that's fine. I just personally don't use them. Those are the three I use: Interactive Brokers, Schwab, or Webull's decent in my opinion from when I recently started using it. So just a heads up if you want to check any of those out. It's not paid. It's not like you have to pay to use it. It's just you do pay for the options contracts, which again, it's fine if you're making money, and even if you're losing or making money, doesn't matter. The commissions still add up regardless throughout the year. So there's not, like I said, it's not a big deal for Thinkorswim, which is I think a really neat broker. Paying for the commissions, you can always negotiate that as well if you're pretty active. Interactive brokers, I really like. I switched over to them because you can trade SPX options, pre-market, and other things that you can't do on other brokers. Long story short, just check them out. But yeah, if you're trading in size, just one day you can, obviously use up some commissions. Think about 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, definitely add up. So not bad to check them out in my opinion. Over Robinhood, that's an easy call. I'm not fond of Robinhood. I've been pretty vocal about it. If you're on it on a smaller, account, just learning, that's totally fine. But once you do, scale, I would get off that broker if I'm being honest. We just filled the wick here on SPX to the upside from that massive move we had earlier. So this is the upside buy side liquidity, and we still have the massive south side liquidity we left, but now they're gunning above. So interesting day. It would be funny if they go for this wick low right into the close. I would not be surprised, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it myself here and step away. Let's set this up. And there we are, pushing towards those highs now. Netflix is not at the highs yet, but I'm pretty sure it's about to happen real fast. So we'll see. Berkshire also bounced, sorry, not Berkshire, PM bounced off those lows like we mentioned. It might be headed to 170.60. I'm risk free on those as well. I still have 620s and some runners for next week, so let's see what happens on that. But I took majority of my positions for the weeklies and next week's over 100%, so that was a good win too. All right, I'll catch y'all. Fuck it, GG's. So far.
Goodbye.